everybody, and welcome to Monday Live, Covenant Live, the most exciting time of the week if you enjoy what we do, which is about 3,500 to 4,000 people as far as I can tell.
A vacuum of hype.
Quick check-in, Jonathan. YouTube subscribers?
57,000.
57,000. Great. Thanks for the check. Glad to have you all here. Thank you so much for being here. We've got some big news. We launched the Warlord pre-orders just now, so this is a cycle that you might see more from us on later, but Warlord went to Kickstarter, did their thing. Then they had the backer kit thing that is essentially a pre-order thing.
Late pledges.
Late pledges. Again, it confuses me, but I love it. But it confuses me. I mean, I understand it, but it is a little confusing.
What's confusing to you?
Why do you have? It would be like if on Shark Tank, I went up and I said, "Hey, I've got this idea for a thing. Y'all want a piece of it?" And then they're like, okay, I guess I'll take the risk and fund the project and put my capital on the line to make sure that this thing happens. And then you're like, sweet. And you go to the next room and you're like, also, does anybody else want this now that it's funded and going to happen? You want to give me some money? It's kind of like, well, the risk of the original backers not then kind of for nothing. They could have just waited and had, I don't know.
Well, in investment terms, technically they're a very series of funding. So that actually does happen exactly, which is...
So it was a quick series.
Zach decides to invest in you and he gives you $5 because that's all he's got. And then everyone, then Steven's like, oh, Zach's in. But now because Zach's in with his $5, maybe you can charge Steven 10 for the same thing.
Yeah, that's what. Are they doing that at least, where they raise the prices?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So if they didn't hit their funding goal, the game doesn't happen at all.
But it's just a longer Kickstarter, right? Then at that point, what is the difference between before the cutoff date and after? There is not one, and that's why I'm confused a little bit sometimes. Yeah. But I understand it works for everybody, so we're happy with that.
It started out, just for a little context, because they would have this for all the backers to make adjustments.
Yes.
And you couldn't get in on it if you missed it. It was just that, if you decided you actually want the sleeves, and you've already backed the project, we can let you add that, and then we'll finalize the details and shipping and all that.
And then they were like, well, why? If other people want to give us money, why not?
Why would we not let them?
Why would we not let them? So in the interest of giving people money, the Warlord pre-orders are currently live on our website. So they closed the backer kit. We're live with pre-orders. That'll be going on all the way up until release-ish time frame. Expect Q4 2024 on Warlord. Same with Earthborne. Earthborne is also live with pre-orders a couple weeks ago. We launched those. Same kind of deal. You can get your pre-order in, and we will fulfill those about the same time the crowdfunding campaigns for those respective games is fulfilling. So that is the pipeline to get those things at this point.
We mentioned it on stream, but previously, it's a new pre-order system.
Yeah.
It's way better. Last year, we had our very extended time period for pre-orders for Sorcery beta, and we learned a lot throughout that process. So little things like, if you have a pre-order with us now on your account, there's a pre-orders tab. They're separate from orders. You can actually cancel pre-orders on your own in your account. You can also edit your address. Very handy. If you want to adjust your pledge, if you want to adjust your pre-order, you can also do that by just adding things to your cart and checking out. So if you buy one starter set and a booster box today for Warlord, and then in 2 months you decide you want 2 more, you can do that. And then also worth noting, the pre-orders for booster boxes for Warlord come with an alt-art exclusive promo.
That's right.
So I saw that. I was reading through the page this morning, and it's like, oh yes.
We haven't seen that, have we? Well, we look forward to discovering what that's going to be.
But we talked about, funnily enough, we talked about promo FOMO last week. John came up with the title after the fact.
You're very good.
Big missed opportunity in the moment, but we did catch it. But even myself, who I backed the campaign, and then I was reading through this morning, it's like, shoot, I'm going to have to pre-order boxes.
Dang, we FOMO'd you, dude.
You FOMO'd me right into buying boxes. So
we got him.
There it is.
Hey, here's the other thing that's going on today. We're playing Warlord today to celebrate, of course. How can we not? And then second, maybe most importantly, we're talking about why tabletop matters. That's the topic today. Because I think over the past few weeks, we've been hitting on some things regarding tabletop. And then Zach and I are kind of coalescing in this being our final stream for some amount of time. Because due dates for our respective children seemingly now happening at the same time, which again is kind of a trick of the universe here.
Very fortunate, actually.
It is very fortunate. We'll be texting each other about all sorts of weird things and be scared and
not sleeping,
and breathing, and where am I and whose floor is this, that kind of stuff.
Even just the stream not happening, us being gone at the same time is very convenient.
That is actually really convenient
for that. But I've had trouble. I don't know if you've run into this. It's both
for
on
a
stream,
month, 2 months. I don't know, month and a half.
On stream and in real life, as it were. Part of the topic later. It's going to be a good segue. I've had a hard time in a single sentence telling people that we're both expecting children, our firstborn children, without it also sounding like it's the same child.
Yeah. Or they were in some sort of strange cult, some sort of some Chelsea, Oklahoma.
It's like, what's in the water over there?
Witchcraft.
Yeah. Anyways, you said it nicely. You were like, we're each having our respective children.
Yes.
It just doesn't flow as, well.
I'm the language man, Zach.
The linguistic guy.
That's why I wrote the emails and the Discords. People are being stingy on Discord these days with the everyone announcements. I think everybody's finally silenced all their notifications on Discord.
That's the first thing I do every time.
Every digital platform just goes through the same phase, right? It's like early interest and excitement. Oh, this is going to be different. Into commercial interests, knowing that there's people there to be sold to. Into constant attention being desired. Into how do I silence everything so that I'm not bothered so much by things, which I appreciate.
It's like early internet days, any of those platforms where it's like, oh, you can just suddenly reach everybody.
Yeah, whoa.
And that's cool until your entire graduating class can do it. And it's been 20 years somehow since you've seen most of them, and you don't need notifications from them all the time.
Don't really need to know. Really don't
Thanks,
care.
Joe.
And in fact, 99% of things that we read on a daily basis, we don't actually have to or would benefit by caring about. We're so local. Wait, I want to get into, Jonathan, what he did, he blasted us with all this research.
Yeah,
he turned the fire hose to us and just...
In the task, he was like, just be sure to read the stuff I sent you in GChat. And then it was like, you sent me a book.
Yeah, it's like, what, I got to put in a request to get all the journal articles to compile all this stuff.
Yeah, you know what I did? Copy and pasted
You just told him you read it?
Yeah, exactly. I copy and pasted it into ChatGPT and it summarized it for me.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for that.
I did not actually do that.
That's great. Let's talk about why tabletop matters here real quick. First of all, I'm drinking a Dead Armadillo 12 ounce.
Tulsa Flag, dog.
From the Tulsa Flag, or from Dead Armadillo, but it's called the Tulsa Flag. And it's called that. I don't remember why it's called that. Can't even imagine.
I don't know.
It's because this is our flag, minus the Armadillo. The Dead Armadillo is the brewery. But the flag is... And there was a couple flag designs. This was not my number one.
I remember voting on that somewhere.
Yeah, we voted on it as a city or something. I don't know. It's probably on Facebook, yeah. City Tulsa.
Meanwhile, I'm not, unfortunately, drinking because I had surgery on my mouth and can't drink right now. So one of us is having a good time and the other person is dealing with teeth issues.
And I'm doing that because Zach brought these beers in the other day because we were celebrating something as a team. And he brought them in at 10 a.m. What is that? That's like party dad situation. So
look, we don't have any positions open right now, but you're doing a good job talking about why it's great to work here.
Everyone was kind of actually begrudgingly yeah, okay, I can do that. I was pretty happy about
I was literally passing them out and it was like, no one has to drink this right now. I just
finished my coffee, man.
And it was funny too, because I can't drink.
Yeah.
So it was like, I'm going to hand you guys alcohol.
Spiking the punch.
Do whatever you want with it. Here we are.
So there's a lot left over because nobody had an appetite. But I'm just going to enjoy it on the stream. A single beer for a single soul.
That's a nice little segue into the topic of why tabletop matters, because to me, it wasn't even like the website launch, which was a really big deal, or like completing all the sorcery pre-order fulfillment. That was a really big deal. It was actually completing the final steps on our, what we internally called Universal Order Quantity project, which is a big deal. But basically, for a little inside baseball on that, it makes it where, as an example, with sorcery right now, that's a bad example because it's sold out. With Warlord, we launched our pre-orders today.
Yeah.
And so 6 booster boxes come in a case of Warlord, so it lets us set it where people can order 1 to 6, and then from that point they have to order in cases. And that does a lot, particularly on the operational fulfillment end, because if you have to be prepared to fulfill 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 booster boxes, you just end up with weird box sizes or space that you have to void fill, which is inefficient. We have to have a ton of different size boxes on the back end, which is also inefficient. And that's obviously relevant to us, but that also means that when we have a pre-order window like this open for 3 or 4 or 5 months, the fulfillment time it takes, the more complexity there is, the more time it takes, and the more likely an error happens. So a box gets left out or the wrong number of promos gets included. And we don't want any of that. Like we when we get the stuff in, we want to get it out the door and to people as fast as possible. And we want to make sure we get exactly what they wanted. And realistically, the difference between ordering 11 or 12 boxes is, for the person ordering, is probably negligible. Anyways, it was just a very big, the pre-order system plus that fixed a lot of the friction points we had last year with some really long and complicated, because we had Sorcery and Earthborne pre-ordering at the same time and both fulfilling in Q4. And Q4 is always busy anyway. And then it was just like, we have 2 orders of this size. So now we have to have either a custom size box to fit this, or we have to have space with void fill. And it's just go on down the list.
Just don't forget about the back end processes if you're running a business out there.
All of that to say, we were having beer to celebrate a notable, but also, just a quality of life improvement. Not a huge, crazy, insane thing, but it's good to celebrate the little moments, which is where we get to why tabletop matters.
Is this? Yeah, I was going to say, is this why? Because you can do pre-order systems.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, let's crack into this a little bit. So Jonathan sent over. He's been really into the Anxious Generation. Is that Jonathan Haidt?
The Anxious Generation.
The Anxious Generation. And actually, after a stream or 2 ago, I got that recommended to me in a private message on Discord as well. So it seems like there's some kind of like undercurrent kicking around of a book that's kind of speaking to the moment in some ways. And I've been having conversations with Jonathan, with my wife, Zach, about how we're going to handle social media and like what are we going to do, because we got a newborn on the way. And so you think like, oh man, what in the world is this going to look like in 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 20 years? Like, how is that landscape going to have developed? And that conversation is happening all together. I think because we feel like something is going wrong socially. I feel this. Everyone I talk to feels this way. Every single person I talk to, there's this kind of lingering like something isn't right. It seems like we've taken a wrong turn somewhere, or like it's not lining up like it should, or like things are declining in ways that they shouldn't. General like happiness and well-being, confidence, and just kind of belief that the future is going to be better. Those kinds of things. Social groups, social bonding, social institutions are declining significantly. Epidemics of loneliness are going out there, drugs, and all this stuff seems to be kind of wrapped into a nice, tidy package that anytime it happens, usually not the full case, but it's like something ain't quite working here. And I think the hypothesis here, it has always been, but more than ever, that tabletop gaming offers a very unique opportunity to recenter around what actually matters to humans and to change this kind of social momentum that we have going one direction and kind of send it back the other way, which is a simple act of sitting down with somebody else or multiple other people, uninterrupted attention on a game in front of you and the social experience that creates. And Jonathan sent a lot of really cool research that I do actually want to read. I've got some of it pulled up on my computer. But Zach, on your side, do you have any kind of preemptive take on this topic? Like why you feel like it's important to talk about this? I don't want to steal all the air in the room, as it were.
Well, it is a conversation, so there's seemingly plenty of air to go around, so to speak. I think one of the we're obviously having kids, and so that changes your, at least for me, I don't want to speak for you, changes your perception of the future. And you start thinking about things in different kind of ways. Even just, what is the world going to look like in 30 years? Mm-hmm. And you were even saying, how are we going to interact with social media? / how are we going to allow our child to interact with social media? And what's that going to do? And is there a negative consequence and all that kind of stuff? So forever, I've been a huge. I've loved tabletop games. And I think that's been demonstrated.
I've heard
for a while. From the youngest time, getting taught, various poker/card games, and playing pickup sticks and chess and checkers.
From poker to pickup sticks.
Well,
that's your biography right there.
That's right. I had 5 great aunts. My grandma had 5 sisters, and they all kind of lived in town. And so we'd spend a lot of time with my grandma, but we'd also just go to various great aunt's house or like my Uncle Charlie. And there were just games. And it was pickup sticks and dominoes, and we'd have a deck of cards and we'd play war all the way to 5-card draw to pitch is a family game that we played.
Love it. The original trick-taking game, if you will. I don't know if it's the original, but it's the country one.
It was my first trick-taking game for sure. And it was just a part of my life. And I also tend to be, I don't know if it's from that, but I enjoy competition. I enjoy competing with people. I enjoy having some seemingly meaningless skill set that you are working on, right? It challenges your brain, et cetera. And around the same time, my brothers were collecting baseball and comic book cards. So then when Pokemon came out, the card game, it was like, oh, I can finally collect a thing, and it's also a game. And it's just intoxicated with this thing. However, heading into late teens / starting Covenant time frame, you start having this, at least for me, I start having this feeling of there's this thing that led to some of my favorite experiences, some of my most meaningful friendships and connections and experiences, and still friends with a lot of people that I grew up playing games with. It's this really important thing to me that all of my experiences in this space have been outside the games themselves really not great. The spaces to play in aren't great. The places I was ordering online weren't doing a great job. Just really frustrated that no one seemed to care about this thing. But even then, in that light of starting Covenant and thinking tabletop is important, I always would frame it as, in my mind, it's important to me. This is something I care about, and I value face-to-face, in-person connection with people. But now, as I get older, and I'm even having a kid and thinking that lens, and just seeing society do what it has done for the past 20 years. And again, this might just be my age showing. It's really evolving into, I think this type of this hobby ultimately is important, period. And not just to me, but
good way to frame that.
Societally, I think it's important. And there's other things backing this up. There's so many threads in the past couple months that are sort of pulling at things that I've felt for myself. And I usually don't want to presume that the thing that matters to me or is impactful for me is, outwardly someone else needs a thing. Sure. It's if they want the thing, that's cool. However, there's a YouTube channel called Diary of a CEO, and he brings on people and they talk for usually a couple hours.
Yeah,
and it's just
watched a few of those. You got me on that. A
long form conversation that he's having, and you just have all kinds of different perspectives and business people or authors or whoever. And so one you shared me actually was, I forget her name, but
neurobiologist. Or whatever?
She was talking about this idea that stress is contagious, and it's because when you're stressed and you're in a room with someone, there's actually chemicals that are being released by your body, and that is impacting other people. But as she's talking, it's actually being in person together does something. It's not just something that I prefer. There's a scientific, physical something going on. And that's part of the research John got to with the synchronous activity and that kind of stuff, which we'll come back to. But another episode recently of Diary of a CEO was with Simon Sinek, who is the Star Wars Y, and Leaders Eat Last guy. But he's currently studying, I found this fascinating, I listened to this last week. He's studying friendship because he was saying there's a lot of self-help books / how do I get better as a person, leadership, management, etc. And then there's a lot of what was the other category? Anyways, he was just noting how people are seemingly losing the capability of making friends. And there's not a lot of literature or studies on that topic. There's tons of books on individual stuff or wide communal stuff, but there's nothing on friendship. So, but he was just talking about, and then I was telling you about reading that, the Great Good Place book it's the concept of the third place. That's a longer thing. So, but it was because it's an older book, he's talking about the suburbanization of America and what that's doing, and that's pre-internet. But it's this idea that as these neighborhoods get built that are just neighborhoods, and people move out from these like centralized communities, that's having impacts on people, and they don't have like the cafes in Italy or the pubs in England. Like those are integral part of the culture and the community that's happening there. And then America was losing that because of all the American things. But then you inject the internet on top of that.
Yeah.
And that's where you get into some of the stuff John was sharing, where it's like, okay, so if we're spreading out into like suburban neighborhoods and losing this kind of, because the whole idea of the third place is there's home, there's work, and it's the third place, where you can get away from both of those things. And the core, if you have and it struck me when we were at SorceryCon in Seattle, because we went and filmed some stuff with David, who was one of the hosts at one of his third places, which was just like the local
brewery,
pub.
yeah.
And you were in the back recording, but I was just sitting at the bar with the people that normally hang out with David.
And so I was working and you were sitting at the bar. That's pretty standard.
I was studying for this stream.
Jonathan and I working, Zach sitting at the bar.
Hey,
okay. Yeah.
Listen, I was sitting there charging your batteries, and I said, if you need anything from me, let me know. Otherwise, I'll have my drink now, and you can have yours 4 months from now on stream when I can. But really, I was sitting. It was really fascinating because I was engaging with the person behind the bar, and then these 4 or 5 people that would never ever have run into each other. Like the differences between these people were fascinating. But there's and there's a lot of concepts there, but there's a culture there that is this place is, and it's a lot like a local game store, which is a third place. And there's always a place that you can go to. You don't know exactly who's going to be there every time, but it's small enough that you're probably going to run into the same people.
Yeah, repetitively.
Often.
Yeah.
But one of the big differences between like a bar and tabletop is that, everyone goes to a bar to drink typically, whereas tabletop is a synchronous. We can drink synchronously at the same time.
Well, not now apparently.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But tabletop is a hobby where it is a medium that brings people to doing the same thing and having something to talk about. I've played tabletop games with people that I have almost nothing else in common with.
Yeah.
Like outside of that game, or maybe like the IP. It's like you're from a very different walk of life, from a very different background, different whatever it is. So all of that to say, there's all these threads coming together, at least on my end, and the stuff from it's called the Anxious Generation.
Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. I should read the book.
Yeah. It's all just reinforcing things that felt true, but I didn't have good language or knowledge to back it up. But it does seem like the technology over the past 20 years, particularly social media and just the way the internet evolved, went from, I remember I'm old enough to have been there, right? When it was like Facebook. And my oldest brother didn't have Facebook until after college. And so for him, it was like, oh, wow, like I can reconnect with all these people that I probably never would have seen again from high school or college. At the time, it's like, that's really powerful.
It seems net positive. Right?
I'm not so sure anymore.
Right. Yeah. I don't think there's almost any question about that anymore.
There's definitely, it's a slippery slope, right? Because I think what ends up happening is it's easy to check your social interaction box by just looking at an app. But then I found the less I'm actually using social media, especially social media that would connect me more to the people I'm physically around pretty often. It's like Facebook particularly. Whereas like Twitter, I do follow some people that I might see in person, but it's like 0.5% of the content. But Facebook is like 80% of my feed is.
True, yeah. Okay.
So then you run into someone you haven't seen in 5 years. And it's like, I mean, you had a kid, I saw that. And you got this award at work, and so hi, I'll see you later, right, or whatever it is. And I think it is nice in that I remember that same brother of mine was living in California, and so it was a really easy way to stay in the loop with what was going on with him. And at the time, it's like, oh, that's really refreshing. However, going back to the Simon Sinek friendship thing, like I said, there's like 100 threads running together for me right now. He was just kind of outlining how meaningful it is, even though he's in California. If once every 2 to 4 weeks I just picked up the phone and called him and like actually had the conversation instead of just like getting fed
passive observation,
the stuff. And if it really mattered for me to keep tabs on my nieces and nephews and my brother and his wife, like, do I need to get fed? Like, are we making it? I feel the same way on like digital integration and tabletop, which is it can make things easier, but at the same time, the point of tabletop to me is that it's not easy.
I think easy is a potentially a massive problem. Like making everything so easy.
It's like a Trojan horse.
It's where we get all of our issues, like so many of our issues, right? It's like it's easier to have the constant example I use, a non-stick as opposed to taking care of a cast iron, right? Oh, but oops, PFAs kill you or whatever.
Oops.
It's easier, to do margarine that's always soft rather than keeping butter on the counter to make sure that it's, but it also, maybe that kills you too. It's like all of these places that we do easy, we also rob ourselves of the whole point of being alive. Like,
sure,
we're not here to quickly and efficiently move through, right? Like, there's no value.
We have this even, we're talking about universal order quantities or the pre-order system, and it's like, what are we increasing our efficiency to do?
Yes.
Are we just increasing it so we can do nothing?
Right, that's a good question.
Or are we increasing
it?
Of my life, are we increasing it to do more meaningful things? Are we increasing it? What is
right?
The
because
goal?
What you find is that so you've made it easier to keep up with friends. You don't have to pick up the phone, and it's not as good as actually connecting with somebody, but it is easier. So it saves you some time. And so what do you do with that time? Well, you keep scrolling the Facebook feed. You watch the other Netflix special. What do we do with it? I mean, it's one thing if these kind of improvements and advances allow you to, remove maybe some mundane tasks that allow you to focus on other things. Maybe you can be a more present parent, or maybe you can be a more present friend. Maybe you can work on a project or a hobby that you didn't have time for before that's really meaningful to you. So there's times when that is worth it. But also this kind of cult of the easy that just continues to feed in on itself, and it kind of combines with this idea of just constantly firing your dopamine receptors so that you can accomplish task after task after task. And it's like easy, go to bed, wake up, easy, efficient, easy. My coffee can happen super quick. I can do an automated espresso machine. All my breakfast is already made. I can just heat it up in a microwave. Boom, boom, boom. Get in a car, put on cruise control. Don't have to think about driving. Don't have to think about the pedals. Automated drive it. Boom, boom, boom. Get in the office. It just keeps going. And then it's like, I've got a spreadsheet, do all my calculations automatically. Boom, click this button. I've already built it in. And it's like, okay, well, what's at the end? Like, where's the end of that? Because it seems like we're just kind of accelerating off into the cave of nothingness. And all this easiness look at all the numbers. It hasn't improved happiness.
Yes, joy, happiness,
the
satisfaction.
gains of that are not being realized more broadly. So,
well, and it is increasing anxiety, stress, disconnection, loneliness, just to go on down, depression, etc.
I do wonder too how much it impacts the desire for people like myself, to take on things that are not easy. When you have so much exposure to easy, smooth, no resistance, and then suddenly you have to sweat, or you, like I did this weekend, like crazy. I can't tell you. I cannot keep up, man. I'm just chronically dehydrated, which is why I'm drinking this nice 12-ounce Dead Armadillo. It's got the electrolytes I need,
and the plants.
I was out there in the house, but here's a story about easy, right? So here's something that's not easy.
You've elected the least easy path.
But Zach, you know what's crazy? At the end of it, I feel so fulfilled.
Yeah.
I feel fulfilled in a way that I have not felt in a long time.
Particularly, just for some things going on here. Of course, there's work, but you're building a house.
Of course, there's work.
There's just like work ongoing, but
spoken like a true capitalist.
On top of work, you're building a house that you're basically a general contractor on.
Yes.
And it's fully custom.
Yeah.
And like you're very particular and detail oriented in like a good way to making things great.
Ask my wife about that.
Yeah. Well,
the good way part. She agreed with the first part.
Whereas like if I were custom building a house, it would be a lot less intense of a process, I think, because I would be just way less involved, and I like all this research you tell me about doing. It's like, I would just be checked out. But the building a house and you're having a child.
Yeah. No, that was not intentional. I did not expect those to line up.
But you did.
It wasn't a
build and move into a tiny house so that you could save to get to the point where you could build the house that you want to build. So once this is built, once the kid's here, and once you get like 5 years down the road and everything's settled and you're like everything's cool, you're going to be in such a hopefully happy, fulfilled position with what happened. Whereas
hopefully
someone who wasn't willing to go through all that might get a lot of little wins along the way and have it easy. But I think it's like the I forget, what's the chemical? There's a good chemical that is highly produced as an example when a parent is watching their kid graduate.
There's probably serotonin, dopamine, endorphin, oxytocin. That's the one I always forget. That's the bonding one.
That's the bonding.
But there's one that's like deep gratification and fulfillment after doing a very difficult long form thing. So like the difference between like I see a notification on my phone and checking it is dopamine. And there's another chemical that's like, after 20 years, I've paid off my house or my kid is successful or whatever. And that is like severely lacking because people have gotten like shorter.
We're too distracted.
Yeah. And like a basic example of this to me, just it's nice. But like a couple months ago, my wife's car was acting funny. So I Googled it. And then I got on YouTube and it was like, it's probably one of these two things. If it's thing A, it's like $50 and you can replace it yourself. So I was like, all right. And I drove down to the thing, got the thing, and I'm not.
Heck yeah, let's go.
I'm not a handy person. Yeah. But I did it. So like on the one hand, access to that information is way better than it's ever been.
That's awesome.
And that's cool. And I was able to get that thing.
That's my favorite
However, what that prevents, like when I was a kid, what would happen is my dad would take me and we'd go over to my cousin Randy is the mechanic in town. And then it's like, hey, Randy. And then they catch up for 3 hours while you're just sitting there. And then he's like, oh, yeah, I'll get around to it.
Yeah.
And then like, I don't know, mom picks us up and then he has a car for a week and then he brings the car by and he's like, oh, and they catch up for another 3 hours. And so like,
we did miss that, didn't we? It's gone.
It's gone.
You go to YouTube and you do it yourself.
Yeah.
Individualism.
And like, there's upsides to that. To like access to information, people.
I've done a ton of that.
Even like right now, if I wanted to, I was talking with people on the Discord this weekend because I think Colin posted pictures of blueberries that he had planted, and I love blueberries. Like Serena buys blueberries for me and my wife every week. Like I constantly have blueberries in my house. I love blueberries, and they're supposed to be really good for you for all the reasons.
Yeah. You burn for the brain.
I saw him post it, and I was like, I just had to ask. It's like, how difficult is it to? And I know there's blueberry farms in Oklahoma, so it's like, I know you can do that here.
Yeah.
So like, how difficult is it? And then they started engaging. But like, I could have Googled and said, how do I, grow blueberries? And in the Discord, at least, there's some amount of interaction.
Yeah.
But 100 years ago, it would have been talk to someone who does blueberries.
Yeah.
And so my point is there's advantages to it because maybe I don't know anyone that grows blueberries, and I don't even know how to get what I need to start growing blueberries and plant them and all that kind of stuff. And so, like, it's cool that that's possible, but there is as things get more efficient, one of the things that almost always gets cut out is the human interaction. Like, it's automated. It's even like in a board game, if there's a digital tool that runs the thing, it's like, well, forever, someone had to be that thing. It's like they had to be the dungeon master.
Yeah.
Or we had to figure it out together. How do we execute this thing? It's even like when we play Star Wars CCG. It's like, I'm just happy that we played a game. Like, and we made it work together somehow. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so you see even modernization of games themselves is like trying to, I'm guilty of it. It's like, look at like, what's a good game? And it's like, oh, like they can interrupt you on your turn. So like, hazardous. That's like not good.
Or like it's got to get boxed to table in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or people will lose interest or get overwhelmed or whatever. And it's, man, what a devastating statement to make about players.
Yeah.
It's like, man, shiny objects. Like if it's too complex, then nobody will play it. And it's funny because in my experience, the most complex games, the most insane games have the most fervent audience. And it comes to this idea of buy-in. There's an important kind of social aspect to making something harder to get into. That is a connective tissue across anybody who does that. Everyone at the Fab Pro Tour had to commit and put in the time, the effort, the work, the research, the practice, the reps, etc., to be at those tables. Totally and that creates a different kind of community there than if it was just anybody could walk up and play.
Yeah, and that's the same with that same event when you have coffee in the morning. It's even the beers after to talk about the day. It's almost like you went to war together. And it's so hard for anyone to someone could be curious about and empathize with the experiences you're having. If I met someone that went to war, I've never been to war. I've had those conversations. It's that's,
wow. Oof.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bryce even works here. He was in the military and it's what was the Middle East like? What were you doing? It's crazy. But if someone else showed up who had also gone to the Middle East to go to war, they're going to have a different level of connection.
Definitely different, instant kind of community. I want to, so a couple of things before I get away from it. One thing to note is Ghent, Belgium. Jasper, if you're out there, you're the best. Ghent is one of these places that I went to that I was traveling at the time. Town square, traveling. I didn't go to Ghent. It was among many things, and I was in a real free-spirited kind of way. But go to Ghent, and sure enough, man, what happens is the evening, I walk down, I'm Jasper's going to take us to a pub or whatever, maybe to go to some dinner. Town square, no cars, 1,000 things in a giant circle, bars, restaurants, etc.
The best.
Tons of people wandering about. I was instantly just oh my gosh, this is the best thing. I've never experienced this in my life. How sad is that? Never experienced it. I always just kind of lived in the country. We'd have to go to, the metropolis of Claremore to go to a strip mall.
Google that one.
To get some shoes or whatever. And here I was in Ghent in this ancient world surrounded by other people just milling about. And it felt it felt so right. It was a lightning bolt of what are we doing to not have this all the time?
I forget the name. It's the mile... something city where it's
Mile High.
There's these concepts
Denver?
of building these cities. Of building new cities, which is
Qatar or Saudi Arabia. They're doing a futuristic long city.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think it's in America.
Okay.
Someone's pitching this mile by mile or 2 mile by 2 mile brick.
Yes.
And it's everything you need.
I know what you're talking about.
Is in this box. You don't need a car.
Yeah.
It's you can. There's entertainment, there's food, there's grocery, there's whatever.
Yeah.
And living situations. So that's forever I've wanted to live close enough to work where I didn't need a vehicle. And I love cities as well. Now you guys moved out to some land.
But you know what we're doing? We Trojan horsed it.
You're building houses.
Because we have friends of ours that are moving out.
Yeah.
Jonathan and Leah are out there. Shannon and I are out there, and Scott and Celia will soon be out there.
Leah's
in the next
mother-in-law's
5-6
out
years.
there too, right?
His mother-in-law's out there.
Shannon's dad's out there.
Shannon's dad. So we just brought the dang community
to you.
to us.
Yeah.
We'll build our own community.
Dwayne's out there. Dwayne
describing
and Dennis.
You said Ghent?
Ghent, yeah.
That's so appealing to me.
Oh man. I would love to experience that with you. I hope we get a chance to do it.
You want to talk about that 3-hour catch-up for the mechanic. If one of our neighbors comes out,
oh man,
you see him on the road, you just know you're going to just set aside that next hour.
You know that you're not going to build a gate.
But you have to build that in,
Yeah. Well, and maybe it's possible, I will admit, that I'm romanticizing this idea. But
that's okay. I
even just the
romance.
idea of I wish it were feasible if you had that sort of setup there, and just the understanding that my food is coming from this community of people that made it, our clothes, whatever the things that you're doing in this community. It's like the beer. Someone's making the beer. And it's it's
making persimmon wine.
If it was this is the beer Steven makes. There's a humanness to that is slowly, as corporations get bigger, as distribution centers get, etc., that just you feel that.
Yeah.
I even feel that in tabletop games to an extent when you have these giant publishers, and it stops feeling like a person. You know, when I play Earthborne, it's
not
like,
personal.
Oof, this is a person created this experience for me, and it's really profound.
The people involved
versus a corporation generated product. Like, and there's a line somewhere in there. I don't know where it's at.
And they paid $500,000 to throw it all over the social media feeds and to get the TikTokers to talk about it. And it's all this stupid game that everybody, it's like, let's manipulate the receptors on the brains.
Yeah. But
that's all that it is.
How does this stop?
Well, let me tell you.
Because the thing I want to, before I forget it, say as well is I think where we're optimizing or making efficient and removing the need for humans to be involved or humans to be interacting, I think is a net negative in the long term. Because as the creatures that we are, that is an essential part of existence. And if you're taking that out, for the vast majority of people, there might be exceptions to this genetically or whoever they are as people or whatever's gone on. But I think what we're starting to see is the more and more that's been stripped out, the symptoms start showing up harder and harder. And the pandemic was just a tipping point where it's like, now we're really encouraged. And I know it's like the thing to be remote work or hybrid work or whatever. I have no qualms with people that believe that way. But personally, it's like, it just loses so much of the appeal.
It's not even about productivity, is it? I mean,
it's
absolutely anti-productive.
Yeah.
But pro-human life.
It's like, yes.
What are we here to do?
It might be more like, even right now, we both live relatively far away from this space. And it's like, we could have a scenario where we were at home doing this content. And we're like doing our thing and we could even be playing on whatever. I'm just so uninterested because it's like, it would be more efficient.
Yeah.
But why?
Right.
Like, why is it more efficient?
And I think the why is the important piece of tabletop. Why is it that being here, doing this together in person, is so much better than playing on TTS or even webcam or anything like that? And why is us doing that such a connective force for, obviously, us to start a business together, right? It's like a hugely connective force. Well, let me give you a few answers, maybe. This is from Jonathan.
Me?
Yeah, can you put your camera on?
Yeah.
There's Jonathan.
Hello.
Also, I see John Kaufman in the
we're
chat.
Kind of wearing the same kind of shirt,
John
man.
Kaufman nailing it right now.
John Kaufman is our
Look at that.
newest hire. He started today.
I got trees on mine.
Yeah, he's a video editor.
If you were ever here, we would look.
Someone? Where are you? Here, get in. There you go.
Don't those shirts look basically the same and our faces look the same? It's crazy.
I mean, if we just turn the camera off for a second, you guys swap places, people would not know what happens.
All right, Anxious Generation. I don't really know anything about the author, so if there's some weird, deep, sordid past, don't care. This is the importance of at least the work that was done.
Also, Drew Dallas, I'm going to come back to your comment. Hold that one, John.
Also, can you guys tell me, while I'm reading this, can you tell me, we have this conclusion amongst ourselves. Do you guys feel this? Do you feel it out there? You know what I mean? Like, do you feel that kind of longing for something different that seems like we're getting farther away from rather than closer to? And or have you made any changes to get there? All right, so here's at least a theory, a piece of a theory. Notes about terminology here, talking about the real world. This author refers to the real world as relationships and social interactions characterized by 4 features that have been typical for millions of years. It's like Victor just told us. There was a house built that was dated to over 1 million years ago.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed that.
That's crazy. 1 million years ago. Like a wood shingled kind of house.
It's crazy.
Yeah. By 1 million, I mean 6,000 years ago. I'm just kidding. He's
one of those biblical literalists. Listen, I can't get on that high horse. Yeah. I can't.
Jonathan's like, abort, pull the safety cord. No. Okay, they are embodied, meaning that we use our bodies to communicate. We're conscious of the bodies of others, and we respond to the bodies of others both consciously and unconsciously. Now, that's actually very important. That the actual body, the human body, this body.
This body. Girl, look at that body.
We use them to communicate. We're conscious of the bodies of others, the physical presence of others. And we respond to those physical presences and bodies, both consciously and subconsciously, kind of like you're talking about stress, feeling stress of other people. There's a chemical reaction there. There's cues that we're taking in. The human is a amazing thing. So talking about these things, the real world, if you will. Things are synchronous, which means they're happening.
I was going to say, what's the definition of that?
Which means they're happening at the same time with subtle cues about timing and turn taking. So communication is happening at the same time. We're reading each other's cues. You know how we mirror each other? So like you can actually watch this on stream. Zach and I will do it unknowingly.
Yeah.
Like
Someone will do this.
And then I'll sit back. And then, that's a human thing. That's what we do. This is how we do it.
Even if I like walk into a room and I'm tired or stressed out, or maybe I'm very excited and happy, it's like that creates an energy that can transform a room if you're the right kind of person.
A lot of folks like deny that that's real, and it's like, dude, it's so real.
It's so real.
It's so real.
I'm sure in the rooms they're in, they're just a blast to be around.
Everyone's picking up on everything a lot more.
Way more than you think. Way more than you think.
And I'm guilty of that too.
Number 2, they involve primarily one-to-one or one-to-several communication with only one interaction happening at a given moment.
This is real life.
Yeah.
So it's like you right now, John and I are both hearing from you, and there's the one person active.
Yeah, and we're seeing it. We're like, okay, he's done talking. Now one of us can talk, right?
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Hey man, you were
shared a hotel room with the Woolly Boys. Just kidding.
You guys are great. You were on a tale earlier in the stream.
You didn't say a word.
10 minutes.
Yeah, you didn't say a word.
See, I knew that it was not my time. And then finally, they take place within community. This is interesting. They take place within communities that have a high bar for entry and exit. So people are strongly motivated to invest in relationships and repair rifts when they happen. Now, a lot of people, whenever I was like, I have some friends, and they were like, oh, marriage, what's the point of that? That seems dumb. Why would you ever like commit to somebody when you don't know what's going to happen? And it's like, for this reason, this is why. Because if you don't commit to that level, not necessarily marriage, but if you don't commit on a profound level, it's too easy to walk away. And if you never get the chance to not walk away and to say, dang it, I'm here, I've done this, I've made the commitment, so I have no option but to just figure out how to be in this relationship and repair these things and get better and improve, then you miss like the profound reality of depth of relationship. And I know folks who are like this in my own life with friend groups, right? It's like, they're passerbys. And then if there's any tension or dissonance, it's like, there they go. Like, and off to the next one, right? It's that Avett Brothers song, Weight of Lies. Weight of Lies will bring you down, follow you to every town.
And this fourth one particularly is it could very obviously be the tyrant, right? You can see where maybe people wanted to move away from that, like, oh, I'm in a small town, like I don't want to be here anymore, or like I want to get out of my parents' house, like that kind of a thing. It was too hard to leave, but I think the pendulum has swung too much. So
it's too easy to leave now.
Yeah,
and certainly as we'll see here, it's easier in many ways that we interact now. So Zach, when I talk about the virtual world, I'm referring to relationships, and I'm the author here.
Yeah.
I am referring to relationships and interactions characterized by 4 features that have been typical for just a few decades. Now, again, is this old people stuff? Because my father, who I love dearly, would say all sorts of things about the past few decades before, when he got old, the past few decades, this is stuff that had never been seen before. And can you believe that people are playing video games? Or can you believe that, that he was in the internet, or that TV was expanded to 1,000 cable channels, or all these kinds of things like, this can't be good.
I remember my dad, when we got PlayStation for the first time.
Yeah.
Or no, Super Nintendo.
Best console of all time. Didn't have it. We didn't have it.
We didn't. We got the Sega.
We went Nintendo to Sega. We were a little off-brand.
Yeah, interesting.
A little second tier.
A little rebellious.
Yeah. Funnily, then PlayStation came out, Nintendo became second tier, and then you could go back to Nintendo.
Yeah,
so
N64,
all was well.
Back to N64.
Yeah. So I remember him pining for the reality of, when I was a kid, my uncle, who then later had the movie barn, had the game room, which was an arcade. And it was like, when I wanted to play video games growing up, like you had to go
yes,
and play an arcade
2 miles uphill, right?
In like both ways while snowing. And then in the middle of that, you shoot 20 free throws. But because we could be old man shaking fist at clouds here, because he was saying, like, I kind of liked the days where you had to go out to play these things and you couldn't just do it at home right on a.
What's funny though is like that's of the same horse of the same color.
That's what here where we're talking about these other, but like to me as an example, when we were growing up, we would go over to Brennan's house and people would bring TVs and Xboxes and we'd sync up.
Yeah,
and
that made it okay.
That was amazing.
Yeah,
so I get the appeal. I remember when I was a kid, like you get in line to play Mortal Kombat and the winner stays. And then it's like, and they're waiting in line talking to people and it's like, I'm going to be Liu Kang this time. What am I going to do? You know what I mean?
And that's the cool part about this list that Steve was reading is you can run down that list. It's like, even if you were doing the 4-player LAN game or whatever, that's embodied. You guys are all in the same room. You're all, it's a small group.
I'm responding to social cues for sure.
Right. Exactly.
And we're also like it's synchronous.
Right.
We're all doing the same thing at the same times.
And the game ends and then we eat like bean dip together and talk about
Pepsi.
how we're going to find that sniper spot next time. And can you believe I got
when
first?
you hear people like yelling or,
you
got me.
All right. So in contrast, let's talk about the virtual world here.
I'm with you on this one, Drew Dallas. He says, speaking of smashing, how about smashing that like button?
Oh, my God.
Get it in there.
How we all synchronistically smash that
this is a headier topic.
Yeah, we can all do this at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, smash.
This is quite a headier topic than normal, kind of.
I don't know, man. We've been going off the deep end.
But it's the last stream until
you almost got me on
2 months.
How
long's it gonna be? A month and a half? 2 months?
Like biblical literalist
conversation,
and I dodged it.
Yeah. You did. Yeah, let's talk about virtual conversations here. They are disembodied, meaning that no body is needed, just language, and could be artificial intelligences, which don't have bodies yet. Heaven forbid. They will. They will soon. They are heavily asynchronous, happening via text-based posts and comments.
It's like Facebook.
Yeah. Video call is different. It is synchronous. Like the communication I had on Discord earlier today. Asynchronous. It was just me blasting everybody with messages.
Started blasting.
3, they involve a substantial number of one-to-many communications broadcasting to a potentially vast audience. And I would add to this an unknown audience. So like you just throw it out into the space and see who bites. It's like fishing.
You're not talking to anybody. You're talking to whoever will see it.
Yeah, whoever will see it. And it's like, I had a clever thought. I'm gonna blast it. I think this is funny. Or here's a video of my dog. 4th, they take place within communities that have a low bar for entry and exit. So people can block others or just quit when they're not pleased.
You could join a Facebook conversation or not, or you could hop in our Discord and leave.
You could
ban no one
somebody,
would know.
You could mute somebody, you could block somebody, and a lot of times that is the best thing to do.
Yeah,
but there's no.
You can evaporate.
There's no point. I mean, I don't want to say there's no point. You can leave at any time and nobody cares. That's the key. Nobody cares.
And if they do care, they have no way to reach you and let you know.
Yeah.
You just.
Unless if they do, then you didn't need it to begin with, right? If they have your phone, they can text, "Hey, why'd you leave Facebook?" It's like, why don't we talk here? Like, let's go to a park or whatever. Like, let's go to a coffee shop. I'm tired of this garbage can. So he says, the author here, in practice, the lines blur. My family is very much real world, even though we use FaceTime, texting, and email to keep in touch. So as you might expect, there's some gray space here. Conversely, a relationship between two scientists in the 18th century, they might not know each other only from an exchange of letters, but it was closer to a virtual relationship because you're just exchanging text back and forth. But it was beautiful text.
It was nice text.
If everybody's Facebook posts were like, "Low,"
well, it's because
ye Zach,
it takes significantly more effort to send a letter than it does to post on Discord.
I totally agree.
So,
God, yes, wait, go.
But it's just this idea that you have to commit more effort to doing it. So you're not just going to send. I mean, you could if you're really petty, but you're not just going to send someone a letter that's like, you suck because you have this opinion, or like.
You suck.
Literally on Sunday, I was talking to my sister-in-law Hannah, who's one of the nicest, sweetest, gentlest people. She made a post about 4th of July, and just not going to go into all that.
Freedom.
But it's very simple. And then some person she hadn't seen in 15 years came on and was just like, boom, here's a brick of like these things. I'm like,
here's some grievance.
Aggressive. And if this were 200 years ago, one, she wouldn't have Facebook to post that thing to. So that's the thing. But two, even if he disagreed with, she wrote an article and it's like, are you going to put that in a letter and take it and mail it?
Right.
And like pay?
And it's too easy.
Are you going to pay for a stamp to actually? No. But you'll spend 30 seconds typing up or copy and pasting from the last person you did this to. Mm-hmm. Here's your 10 points on, whatever the topic is.
As a salve to your emotional state, yeah.
I remember our dad bemoaned greatly whenever they changed. You used to have to do the letters of the editors in the newspaper. They changed it to call the editor. So someone would just call and leave a message, and that was it. They didn't have to write anything. They didn't have to send a stamp.
Yeah.
And
way
he
increased.
saw it right. He called it.
See, and I would say, author says here that it is technically a virtual communication, but I think there's an element of body to sending a letter.
Because it's your handwriting.
It's your handwriting. It's your flesh and sweat, if you will, that's incorporated there.
The main thing to me, though, is if you post on Facebook and me leaving a comment, it's like too easy.
Yeah.
Sending a letter is harder, so it's going to happen less often. But even more difficult and challenging is say it to my face.
Meeting up, yeah.
Right.
Actually, and the number of times I, unfortunately, tangoed with my father in the midst of 2020.
I was no stranger to those.
You were in there too. I just I got to a breaking point, and it's like I can't just let this not engage with this. And I was attempting to do it very much in good faith as well, but every time I would end up talking to my dad on the phone, 180 conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And part of that too is he was in his 60s, so he was not prepared for the internet in any meaningful way. And so he just is willing to say things extremely to make a point. And he's a very boisterous person. And in person, he might say some of the stuff, but it's going to be way softer and way clearer that he's just poking or whatever it is. But every time we talk on the phone, it's way more productive and a way just better conversation. Then this I can post it and now 10 of his friends see it and they're saying stuff and then I don't see it for 2 days and then now I have to respond to it and
that's that asynchronous one to everyone. It's how many times have you almost on Facebook before we all quit almost had a worthwhile conversation with someone you disagree with and then someone else jumped in and then just the whole thing spirals out
and then
control.
It just goes wild.
And that's not talking about, again, love my parents, but total unpreparedness for the internet, which is my mom, sweet lady, no harm intended, but grew up in a reality where Karen down the street, funny, that's all the internet.
That's actually her
That's
name.
actually, I'm picturing
Will's
Karen.
mom,
Karen would be oh, I heard that, there's, and she would never say this is totally fake. It's oh, there's microplastics in that thing, so we shouldn't eat it. And then she hears it from a second person, and my mom's well, that must be true. And end of the story. But now it's she sees two different people post the same thing on Facebook, and it's well, that must have happened.
Yeah, right.
It's
they wouldn't lie to it.
Hawaii doesn't exist anymore. It's underwater. And so through no fault of her own, right? But as someone was saying, watching their dad become kind of a different person from these inputs coming through social media. But that's another piece of this was just the inability to navigate that system when you didn't grow up on it. I was just going through my teens and 20s when these things, search engines and YouTube and social media, it's I'm not 100%, but I assume what I'm reading is not accurate unless I've dug into it. And even then, I'm not putting so much, my research. That's always
what a buzzword.
Well, you can research it. That was that guy's response to my sister-in-law. It's well, according to my research, and it's what does that even mean? It's the YouTube channels you follow or Facebook.
Dude's got a PhD in Independence Day.
come on, man.
Now, I compare that. You're talking about your dad. So whenever we saw each other in person, after a number of Facebook conflagrations,
my dad,
we. It was at your it's a wedding related thing.
Yeah,
I think a rehearsal dinner.
Wedding, I think is what we saw.
Rehearsal dinner maybe. And we sat next to each other and had a great conversation.
Yeah.
That was it. And it was just kind of like, yeah, man, this is, and we were both just like, yeah, this is not hard. We can figure this stuff out.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's
and then the next day, like we were back at it
back
was
on
like,
the Facebook train.
And I think
I forgot about those.
I think it's such an issue because if you're a person who cares about anything and you see information that you find to be verifiably false, you know that that's going one too many. So if you don't do something, the many are going to become the manier. They're just going to keep spreading this stuff. So then you're like, I've got to change this. And then you try to change it and it's gone. It's too late. Well, and you can't bat it all away. It's like this constant.
It's constant.
It's constant.
Well, and it's fake. Like beyond being false or whatever it is, it's like it's dehumanized. So that's we're talking about the effort required to send a letter or the cost. It's the same thing with if I did something or said something egregious to you, it's like, well, we're friends, we work together, we see each other in person. It's like, we grew up in a small town. It's like, you can't just do things that would make permanent enemies.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Guess what? They're going to be in your class next year too.
100%.
For the next decade.
Yeah.
So you just have there's a cost socially to going too far. But the book I was talking about last week, The Good Great Place, talks about there is easy entry and exit. People can come to the local pub, totally new, which is nice if you're new to town. It's like you can go to the local pub and there's like a low thing. However, there's a cost. Like if you want to keep coming to the pub, you can't be a jerk. In a lot of tabletop spaces, unfortunately, for a long time, there was no oversight of that. And it would just be like, well, people are being rude or people are being inconsiderate. Just kind of happening. Yeah. But all that to say, there's a cost to it, even in a third place. But you're talking to my dad. And it's like, if my dad could just get rid of the internet and could have just only engaged with people in person, I don't think his perspective or life would have been worse.
Yeah.
And that's where you zoom out.
I wonder who isn't in that category.
Well, that's where you zoom out and you're just like, is this good for anyone?
So fascinatingly, there are two data sets that we have by accident, which is whenever Facebook was rolling out, it was going college by college by college. You can actually chart the increase in people going to the psychiatrist for depression symptoms as Facebook entered their campus. Similarly, you can chart the rollout of high-speed internet, and it has similar problems.
Is that from Anxious Generation as well?
Yeah.
Which is notable because on the one hand, like I said earlier, if something had happened 100 years ago in California, it's like the odds that I'm going to know about that are so...
It would have to be massive.
Yeah. So there is upside in that, like, you can find information and you can find, like, even the thing I was talking about with the mechanic in the car earlier. Like, there's upsides to that. But it just keeps sliding. And it's like, what are we making efficient?
Well, it's upsides, but it brings with it a lot of downsides.
Yeah.
And it's like the scale is just totally disproportionate in my mind on which is there a net benefit here. Getting back to this also, also just thinking about like ease of entry, tabletop, right? Like there's a process. It's harder than video game. It's harder than any other kind of entertainment that's in this little mini genre of what you might call like nerd culture. Comic books is the same way, right? You've got to buy them, you got to find them, you got to buy them, you got to read them before you can even have a conversation with somebody else.
Yeah.
And then you start to learn the authors and the lore and the backstories and the catalog and all of this. And as you build that bank of knowledge, you become the community becomes more, I guess, expansive. As you can talk to more people, you can go to conventions, you can engage on a level that you couldn't a year before you got into comic books. It's the same with tabletop. Like, we've got a box of Warlord. That is already an entry fee. Literally. I mean, you got to pay to have those cards most of the time.
Yeah.
So there's an entry there, and then it's like, okay, what in the world do I do with these cards? And so how do I deck build? How do I make a good deck, an efficient deck? And then you sit around with another person, and then you play a game, and then you're like, oh man, they were way better than me. What were they doing that I need to learn from? And there's this growth phase that's going on, but all of it revolves around people actually having an interactive experience in person. And that, like, it seems like every way that we used to do that across history, time, and space is just constantly being less and less and less and less and less and less. Constantly being chopped. right? So it used to be go to the mechanic. Now it's fix my own car. Upside to that, but you don't go to the mechanic. It used to be the freaking cashier at the grocery store. Now it's the self-checkout line. I mean, where has it gotten more in-person connected over the past 50 years? Like there's no, like you just live stream your church service these days, or you go to a building and watch a TV. Like everything is pushing us away from genuine interactions that don't need to have even a purpose. Just being around each other.
There are some things being facilitated and helped along by even like technology, right? If you wanted to play tabletop games, how do you find other people to do that with? And so technology can help in that way.
You do
Same
a
with
search for the local game store, yeah.
I know early on the reason that Matt and Comstock showed up was because we were on the FFG website list of places hosting regionals for this game. Then they showed up, and it's like they've been friends of mine for what are we at now? 12 and a half years.
Yeah.
So it's not zero.
It can facilitate gathering. That's true.
Even like right now, we have a Discord channel, and it's like, well, there's a community that's formed, and when these people went to Vegas the first time, and we got together with a lot of people from the Discord, our YouTube chat, and it's like, oh, this is really cool.
Yeah,
like,
it's wonderful.
That would not if this technology, if you couldn't be watching us now, if you couldn't be on YouTube, if you couldn't be on Discord, not a particularly likely group of people that would have gotten together for that. Same with our ability to text each other when we're at these events, or like there are upsides, but I think it's almost like the classic cancer growth for growth's sake, and it's like efficiency for efficiency's sake, and we sort of forgot what the point was.
Yeah, it's like if it's
we never knew what the point was.
If it's in the service of in-person gathering, then sweet, making it easier to gather in person.
Yeah, even through technology, right? Like people might find out about a game, whether it's through us or someone else. People might be able to buy it and get it delivered to their house, and so to me, making that easy is good.
Yeah.
Like people's ability to access the games. Like if you lower, because with tabletop, there's so many barriers. Once you have it, even once you're at that point, it's like you have to physically get it out. You have to physically meet up with people. You have to go somewhere like to do it. And you have to spend time doing this thing that is completely disconnected from everything else you've got going on. So it depends, right? But like the ability to get that, if you were in the 90s, like the only way you're going to create a game experience someone's going to have is pitching a game to a publisher that exists and getting a distributor to sign on.
Yeah. But at the same time, to counter that, I mean, those experiences in the 90s are why this entire industry exists. So it was working. Like, it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, there's something that was failing that technology has solved. It has maybe made it different. But there's also an absolute charm to going and finding that game store and then talking to the people in there. And like, I think a lot of the issues there is that the quality of that experience is totally, there's no regulation of the quality of that experience.
Right.
You might be really excited to get involved, and then your shopkeepers are racist, you know, like, so the human-to-human interaction isn't always a perfect thing.
Right. Well, I think, is it viable to ask the question or use the measuring stick of, does whatever it is lead to more connection, more joy, more satisfaction, or less? And that's where I'm coming back around. Like, I was a big social media guy for a long time. Just the power of that kind of connectivity. And it is, again, it's really powerful. I can engage with people that I never would have been able to engage with historically, whether it's an author or a creator of a game that I like, or other people that play the thing that I like.
Isn't that good?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that I'm coming back around to, I think the engagement with it heavily has become a net negative for me. And it's like, I would rather not.
Yeah, right?
So, but that's what I mean by, no matter what the technology is, it's like, does this create more joy and satisfaction and fulfillment and engagement and connection, or less? And if it's less, I think we've jumped the shark.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to stay in the conscious assessment of that in your own life whenever you're getting constant little dopamine hits and distractions and you're constantly off balance.
I think that's because when I first started doing Facebook and Twitter as an example, it was in a browser. So like you check Twitter and it's like, well, this is how I get my information about what's going on in the world. Some people use Reddit, some people use Facebook, whatever. And all of them started optimizing around use time, engagement, etc. And so they're intentionally, so they make money. The longer you use it, the more ads they show, the more money they make. They're intentionally designing systems to keep you engaged, even if the net cost is a lack of satisfaction, a lack of joy, a lack of connection, loneliness, depression, etc. Ad revenue goes up.
Right. And what you just said applies perfectly to like all addictive drugs as well.
That's right.
100%.
Literally every one of them, right?
I won't be surprised if 30 years from now, the internet in some form and social media particularly is, especially for like teenage young adults, it's restricted in the same way alcohol is, where it's like you should not have this at 15. Like your brain is not wired yet, and you aren't old enough to even make this decision for yourself. So like we should not allow you to have it.
You're not old enough to sabotage your own life.
Well, and it's like part of this, having kids soon, looking into screen time as an example. It's like, well, why can mom be on the phone for 4 hours, but like I can't? And it's like, well, mom's brain stopped developing at 25.
Clearly.
Yeah. Don't tell Shannon. But the reality is like your brain's still developing. And of course you're going to be addicted to this thing that I mean, it's the same with like when you're in develop. That was one of the things Simon Sinek was talking about. When you're developing and you're starting to have to learn to deal with these emotions and feelings and thoughts and stuff. And it's like, if we just were like, oh, here's the liquor. It's like, we know you're sad, but instead of figuring out how to handle sadness, here's something to cover it up.
Yeah.
And then that's where a lot of alcoholics develop that young, where they were still developing. I mean, 21 is probably too young. But point of it is, that does apply.
Yeah. It's like it's right in our faces. And we're just like, Zuckerberg.
Let me lob these two things into the circle here. First of all, dopamine, a pretty important chemical we hear a lot about nowadays. It's important to know, both for good and bad, but dopamine is the I want more drug. It's not, oxytocin is the satisfaction drug.
There it is.
But dopamine is the like, oh, that's great, I want to do it again. Oh, that's great, I want to do it again. And that's great if it's like for a project you're doing. But if it's on an endless scroll, like, you have to factor in that dopamine is making you come back, wanting you to come back over and over.
There's a reason you grab your phone every time there's a moment of silence.
That's right.
Like you're in an elevator.
And because you want more, not because you're done, right? And one of the things is the internet doesn't really provide a lot of avenues for satisfaction. Tabletop games obviously does, but it provides a lot of avenues for getting stuck in the internet and continuing forever. And that uses your energy that you would normally use for social engagements.
Yeah, it does. You can feel it too.
And it's like, I'm sad, hit of dopamine.
Right.
Hit dopamine. I feel a little better. Dopamine.
Yeah, it's just drugs.
And I think about like when I was we talked about TCGs and gambling and that kind of stuff before.
Also a little druggy.
But like, I think one of the things for me as a kid that kept that in check ultimately is I didn't have the resources to just get more. And it wasn't, it's one thing.
You're the poor addict.
Well, not even addict. You can't be, it's like if you only ever had access to one beer, you would never, like, you can't.
Right, I can't go get another Armadillo out of their fridge, of which there is like 6 or 7 in there currently.
You could right now.
I'm asking myself that question if I want to do that,
like,
but I couldn't.
You know, for me, every time I was getting booster packs, as an example, it was like a big moment.
Yeah.
And it's not a constant. Whereas, like, the problem with social media is that it's in your pocket all the time, and especially if you're 14 or 15 and you have a cell phone, it's like, God, it's just going to be crazy. Unlike when we were kids and we played video games a lot, and it's like, well, I can't just do this anytime. I have a Game Boy and the battery's going to die.
That's true.
And then even when I'm playing, like, the games aren't designed to be like dopamine. And the games aren't designed to be like, I'm getting dopamine because I posted a selfie and people are commenting on what I look like.
Right. There's no
so now you have like other stuff. It's like, I mean, Pokemon, when we were kids, is like hard.
It was a lot of walking around.
Yeah. And like going, like, I just remember when you finally get like a Moltres to show up or something, it's like, that a huge dopamine hit, but also you had to walk around that grass for days,
and then
and then
you have that Master Ball.
You're solving puzzles, so it's just a different.
Back in our day.
But like when I compare it to something like social media, right? Because I played tons of video games and we did all that stuff, but like it was not. And video games can be addictive. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
I know that's true, but just the ease with which we can engage with each other unsynchronously.
Mm-hmm.
Asynchronously. Yeah. And it's having, I don't know, it should have made it easier for us to connect, and the efficiency of life should make it easier for us to have time to do these meaningful things. But we haven't. The promised land is fake.
Like
what
the
it feels
tool
like.
replaced the outcome. We just kept using the tool over and over again, and we didn't get to the next part, which was using it productively to go to. Now, some people do, and obviously this is grand hyperbole in many ways, but it's important to prove a point. Also, want to close the loop on this one as far as the commitment required to make relationships work. When people are raised in a community that they cannot easily escape, they do what our ancestors have done for millions of years. They learn how to manage relationships, how to manage themselves and their emotions in order to keep those precious relationships going. There are certainly many online communities that have found ways to create strong interpersonal commitments and a feeling of belonging, like here, where you should subscribe and like the video. To belong.
If you're feeling very frisky, subscribe to something on our website.
But yeah, exactly.
That way Little John can eat.
In general, when children are raised in multiple mutating networks where they don't need to use their real names and they can quit with the click of a button, they are less likely to learn such skills, which is true. And obviously, there are in-person communities that are devastatingly awful that you need to get out of. So it's not a panacea.
Right.
But it does speak to this idea of anonymity on top of, it's like so easy to leave anything if it's anonymous. Like that's the other thing that Dad was always yelling about, was you could leave an anonymous, like,
it's the worst.
Not even, what would it be? Like just a
letter?
Vitriolic, just an anonymous comment. And it's like, I hated your article. And it's like, well, what?
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, that's YouTube comments,
where's
right?
the courage to do that? Yeah, yeah.
Like we see that all the time.
Yeah.
It's like
you two suck.
Cool, man.
All right.
But you know what? Actually, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, the percentage of positive comments that we get to negative is very high.
And all the negative is Alex Becker, if you can believe it.
It's also probably
every
because
time. It's Alex.
The only people left are the 57,000 that have been doing this forever.
It's 57,000 ride or dies, man. They're not going anywhere. It's hard to leave.
Hey,
see, we've done
that's
it.
a lot of people.
We've created such incredible topics that the price to leave the community is too high. So they've got to keep liking the videos.
Also, that subscriber number is just bogus.
It's funny though. I'm gonna probably do that every time we live stream. Just so you know.
I think you should.
Checking in on the numbers.
It's 57 still?
57.
Yeah. Well, we could do this Diary of a CEO. It's like, I've been looking at my YouTube stats recently, and over half the people watching are not subscribed to this channel.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It's like he got me to subscribe. He really did.
So I was reading that Anxious Generation book today. Speaking of tabletop games, I think it's super interesting. It was talking about video games, and there's good and bad, and it's complicated. But he was talking about how whenever two people are playing a video game and the person in charge of the rules is the video game itself, they miss out on an entire the entire practice of working things out for themselves. They called it self-governance, which I thought was like, wow. Like the more that you're having a computer run your games for you, the less you are able to legislate and work out compromise. You just don't get that practice. It's like, wow, that's
like
crazy.
going back and forth, like, nah, man, the 19 should definitely get me up that wall. And it's like, well, I was looking for a 20. And it's like, but a 19 is really high too.
Yeah. Or even like arguing about sorcery rules. Like, I hate it. But it's like, but that's working out a relationship. That's working out how you resolve things when there's no real answer. Or,
no immediately appreciable answer.
Yeah, it's like you worked it out without having to appeal to an authority. How cool is that?
Yeah, that is funny. We're kicking into that with sorcery quite a bit. Like there was a certain magic to that that was like, oh, everything about it seems bad because shouldn't the rule book be super clear? And then it was like, but it made me feel better when I was playing the game.
And to be fair, people that lack those skills, that would be terrifying. Where like every time you play,
but you got to flex the muscle, or you'll keep lacking
for sure.
The skills.
Yeah. But there's a social element to that, which is. In sorcery, they have the golden rule, and it's like, let's just not let the rules get in the way of having fun. Let's work this out, come to an agreement, move on. and I love that's what we did as kids. It's like, well, that's how it works, and we'll figure it out.
So check this out. So anthropologists, have long noted that collective rituals are universally human. So think about this in the context of tabletop. The European explorers of the 16th and 17th centuries found that on every continent, communities performed rituals in which everyone moved together to drumming, chanting, or beat-heavy music. Such rituals were widely said to renew trust and mend frayed social relations. Emil Durkheim wrote about the social electricity generated by such rituals. Many experiments have now shown that synchronous movement has exactly these effects. So this is crazy. So there was a study where there were two groups of college students. Both groups were given headphones to wear. One group was listening to all the exact same music, and they were all told to move their mugs together at the same time. And they started doing that kind of automatically. They were on beat together. And then the other group was played music with different beat structures, and they were all trying to sway to their own beat, and then it wasn't working. And then after that, like the group that was swayed together had like a way higher social cohesion and
cooperative
they cooperated in a game that they did after that, where they had to trust each other to get an outcome.
Isn't that funny?
And they were way better at it.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Why we can't? I mean, what are we supposed to do? It's right here in front of us. Let's just play. Let's just play our own meta. I mean, we know the human being meta game, so just play it.
Yeah.
Like, let's just socially cohesive our pants off. Well, not our pants off. That's a different.
There is a certain kind of cohesion.
Kind of a poor turn of phrase there, but let's social cohesion to the max. We know it generates happiness for us. We know it makes everything better. We know it's what we're lacking. We know it's what we're sad about.
Well, here we are playing games together.
We know that playing games together is one of the most profound ways to do it. Or one of the most easiest ways to check all the boxes.
Massive amount of social cohesion. Even at tournaments, massive amount of social cohesion.
Yeah, crazy.
1-to-1 at somebody's house, massive amount of social cohesion.
Yeah, I think that's part of the energy when you go to a big tournament and you're having the beer or the dinner after. It's like you're so in sync. Mentally and psychologically with each other. There's something going on there, right? And I always knew that was true for me, but now you start seeing the science behind it, and it's like, oh, this is both ancient and there's genuine truths under the hood here.
There's real stuff here. So I'm gonna end with this final piece. And Jonathan, you can tell me if there's something that you think is really important.
I have a quote.
There's a bunch of depressing stuff about social media.
We dogged on that one.
That's right.
I have a quote as well that when we talk about why tabletop matters.
All right, SuperBetter.
So go ahead.
Okay, so this is a different book. This is SuperBetter.
This is another book that John incessantly talks about.
Yeah, how games help us to feel better. This was before the Ancient Generation, but turns out there's a lot of questions asked in the Ancient Generation that is answered in SuperBetter. And most of SuperBetter's research is done on digital games. And I think that you can easily scale that to tabletop games and make it probably so much more powerful because of the embodied nature and all of the things that you guys ran down, the important things for real life.
Isn't it funny? It's amusing to me as I age when you start seeing themes reappear across different, like just so happens like all these different videos I'm watching or books that I've read or this book and that book and like these things that were felt early on or whatever. And it really makes you believe there's a truth there. Even if you don't have some black and white verifiable data, just as it recurs, it's like, oh, this is not a new concept. Like I've heard this before anyways.
I mean, almost the greatest truth of it is like, how do you feel when you do it?
Yeah.
Like when you actually, the number of times, you all know exactly what I'm talking about. It's time to go do something, some kind of social thing, and you're like, oh my gosh, I do not want to do that. I would love to not have to do that today. And then you're like, okay, I'll take a shower, get dressed. What's it going to be like? Who's going to be there? Get prepared. And then you get in the car and you go in. And then you're met with this wave of humanity, and then you're like, and then you're in you're thrown into it, and here you are, now you're interacting, now you're having a conversation with somebody you haven't seen in a long time, and now you're smiling, and you do that for like a couple hours, and then you're leaving, you're like, man, I'm really glad I did that. I feel great after doing that.
I'm pretty sure you just described what it's like to be an introvert.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is like, yeah, but there's an energy cost to that.
I don't even know that. Yes, there is, and I don't even know the introvert extrovert thing is the main driver. Whatever, that's probably that analysis has been done to death, and it's probably way too I don't know, I talk about that a lot. But it is just getting harder because it's so much easier to not do that.
Well, and I think I had some stuff at my house I was taking to a friend because we're clearing out all the stuff for the baby this weekend. And in my head, I was like, I kind of hope he's not home and I can just drop it off on his porch. Like even you guys brought something by.
Yeah, we did.
And it was great.
And we're like, God, we hope Zach's not home.
Well, you never know. But I was just thinking that, and it was like, and then I texted him, and he was definitely home, and he's like, oh yeah, drop by. And I dropped by.
You're like, get ready.
And then we had just like a 10, 15-minute conversation. And by the time I got there, I like self-corrected my mental state, which is, hey, it's an old friend I haven't seen in a while. I don't know why. But the thing I wanted to allude to, one, I had that exact experience, and then it was over, and I was like, it was really good to see them and catch up and stuff. But also, the less often you do it with someone, the harder it becomes.
Yes, that's right.
Because it's like, oh, if I haven't seen you in 3 years, we're not in sync. I'm not connected to what's going on. So when I say, hey, how are you doing? The answer I'm probably going to get is like, oh, I'm good. It's like, what's been going on in life? It's like, not that much. But it's really a lot. It's so much energy to go into that. So like even when we went to your baby shower, and I saw a lot of people that I haven't seen in a minute, but that I'm like close enough to relationally that I would have real conversations. Like even Colby, great example. I could go have drinks with Colby, have a good time for 5 hours, and there's almost nothing in my life I'm unwilling to share with him. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, it's like how much can we actually go into? But going to your shower was great. Also, huge cost of energy. Like I got home and I was exhausted because it was just like I had 4 or 5 like Jared Lewis
big conversations.
I grew up with Jared, and it's like, and they're going through some stuff, and I'm going through some stuff, and it's just like it was good, but there's a cost to it.
And I think it does become harder too if you believe that the entry cost there is greater than the maintenance cost, right? If you knew you were going to see Jared every month after that, it would be worth it, right? Because like we need to kind of reset the relationship and get on the same page. But if it's going to be another 5 years, like it's just not worth it. Like let's just say we're all doing good, and then because like why? I'll just
look at my Instagram.
Yeah, right. Onward.
Sign up for my newsletter.
Check this out from SuperBetter. So when people play Hedge Wars as a game, and it's a basic game, video game.
Just a
basic
game
cooperative.
I think it's cooperative.
Or
Let's
just
say it's
a
cooperative.
puzzly kind of thing, or what?
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, when two people play this game in the same room, they experience neurological and physiological linkage, if you can believe that. The two players start to make the same facial expressions, smiling and frowning in unison. Their heart rates adapt to the same rhythm. Their breathing patterns sync. Most astonishingly, their brain waves sync as the neurons start to mirror each other, a process that helps each of them anticipate what the other one will do next. All these changes happen almost immediately within minutes of starting play. Surprising, it occurs whether they are cooperating or competing with each other. It doesn't matter whether you consider your fellow player a teammate or an opponent. The minds and bodies start to operate in near perfect harmony. So even when we're competing, and I'm like, what's that going to do next? We're syncing up a little bit. So what makes that so interesting? Well, psychologists have discovered that all 4 types of synchronization, facial expression, heart rate, respiration, and neural activity, are strongly correlated with increased empathy and social bonding. Surprise, surprise. The more we sync up with someone, the more we like them, and the more likely we are to help them in the future. So it's not surprising that in surveys conducted after players have played this game, they report feeling high levels of empathy and connection with each other, regardless of whether they played cooperatively or competitively. Something I will add as a footnote from the reader is entirely lacking the way we engage online. Entirely lacking.
Empathy?
It's interaction without any empathy, understanding, friendship, any of that. And so what happens? We continue to get into further and further disparate groups thinking that everything's so extreme and so crazy, when in reality, we just have so limited the ability for us to be in the same room with somebody who we aren't fully vetting beforehand, that is maybe from a different background, different perspective, etc. We're so scared of that perspective that like we're like, just gotta build a wall up, right? It's like we used to bang up against each other all of the time. Chelsea High School was not exactly, a breeding ground of a linear thought. I mean, it was there was people who were coming in.
Strike the word linear.
They were coming in from working the horses. Some people were coming in, you know, from having a family of 20 brothers and sisters coming in. Some people were, you know, were coming in as single kids. Some people were coming in having lost a parent. I mean, the raising and the methodologies and everything that was going on in everybody's life, you don't choose it. It's just here's everybody.
It's just thrown upon you.
Here's a beautiful smattering of people. If you want this school experience to be fine or maybe even enjoyable, work it out. And like I feel like we worked it out really well.
Yeah.
Like everybody worked it out beautifully. And it just feels even like that's even kind of lost these days. I'm thinking about schools and stuff now too, and it's like there's just the roll the dice on whatever cohort you get is scary for me to think about because I want it to be as good as it was for me, but it would only be as good as it was for me if I just roll the dice, right?
That's the hard part.
But with the support and background of a society and a community that has the same goals. And I think it's hard, sometimes it doesn't feel that way, that we are interested in harmony and relationship and our kids getting along. And it becomes more about this kind of weird, you don't hang out with that person anymore, all that kind of stuff.
Bad influence, good influence.
Part of why we bought our house where we did was for the assumption that we would have kids at some point.
I thought it was the interest rate.
I mean, we were buying a house, period, because of the interest rate. Crazy. But the school zones are relevant. But also, I've been for a while, and I might change my mind on this, but very much Oklahoma is not known for their education quality and standard. I think we're like 48th in the country or something.
Not last.
Yeah, produce these beautiful brains. However...
Star Wars TCG produced these brains.
That's right. Tabletop games produce these brains. But actually, my interest was in sending our kid or kids to public school, partially because I've seen private school, especially religious private school, and it's like very bubble. A lot of the same people, backgrounds, beliefs, etc. happening, which is, I'm not knocking that choice if that's what people have done. However, just the idea that you kind of you do get that mix. And it's like, there are people that have a different situation than my kid does. And there's people that have different opinions and have different backgrounds and speak different languages and whatever it is. But one of the things I was reading in the past couple of months was essentially the difference between kids and whether or not their parents feel like they're the primary entity responsible for the education of their kids, or if parents feel like that's the school's job. And that was very notable to me, because even like in sending kids to public school, it's like the assumption is like, I don't attribute any of my intellectual capability explicitly to my school rearing. Because as an example, I couldn't read till the 3rd grade, which is insanity that you could make it through kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade somehow.
Yeah,
like
send them through.
Yeah, it's like crazy. I remember it was actually my 2nd grade teacher that was like, started at Miss Berry. It's like noticing. Yeah. And then I got sent to Miss Norwood at the time, now Miss Douglas.
She was awesome.
Who I was doing like private tutoring sessions after. But like, again, just to point to, and then as soon as my parents found out, it was like, oh my goodness. Like, and they were like tripling down and reading with me at home and all that kind of stuff. So like, all of that to say, there's an important part I think the parents can have to play regardless of the situation. And I feel like your parents were probably pushing you really hard intellectually.
They were great. I mean, I remember Dad had read-ins. You remember that?
We would absolutely
sit in the room.
He put on jazz music and we'd read books.
Put on music and read books. He looked forward to that like so much. And I get it now. Like I used to be like, I really want to be playing Mario right now.
How much of a gift to me. Yeah. That's such a gift. Like that's what your dad was doing. And forcing you to build. I mean, again, a 9-year-old is not going to make the best choices for their mental development. It's just not going to happen.
I've been thinking.
Now adults don't either with social media.
I know, right? So nobody is. We were talking about public schools as well, and it's like, such and such school has like a kind of, it seems like it's kind of a low rating, and it's like, it's a low rating because everybody's choosing to not engage with that medium. It's like you can't grade something on an average and then remove a big chunk of the people who are contributing to that average because they're now going off to private school. It's like, if we would just all use it I think it would be great. It's like so many of these public goods. If we would have the confidence to engage and take an active community part in making them good, rather than just, again, easily exiting and going to a different option, then it would be better for everybody.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. Like, I think to your point earlier about growing up in a small town, one of the most important things that we gained from going to school had nothing to do with what was being taught.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
definitely, Coach Cooper was not the greatest history teacher, believe it or not.
But having to deal with social situations, having teachers that thought differently than your parents, having to weed through at 13 various concepts.
Oh, yeah.
And like, again, so much of the learning that's happening has nothing to do with the in-class teaching part.
Yeah. Yeah. But man, thank goodness we did not have the internet in our pocket.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot believe kids are allowed to have phones in school.
There seems to be a sea change where schools are starting to take the phones away, and I hope that's regular by the time that my kid gets in school.
I mean, the kind of things, you were in locker rooms and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude.
That doesn't need to be recorded.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I'm so glad, like, even the early movies we made are not online.
I don't need somebody getting on websites, websites and stuff.
Dude, hey. I saw an interview with Natalie Portman talking about her being so grateful that she graduated Harvard the year Facebook came out. She's like, I'm so happy I could just experience that without these pressures and also that level of documentation happening. It's crazy time.
Burn it all down, man.
Anyways.
So in closing, you got a quote?
Oh, yeah. So this is a quote from...
It's like from The Office or something.
From the sage Michael Scott.
Wayne Gretzky.
I had a text from my wife and I just had to make sure. Someone earlier said bonus points if either of our wives go into labor while we're live.
Oh, no joke. Yeah, actually, that's a good looking out.
Because starting with the question, essentially, of why tabletop matters. And this quote is actually from C.S. Lewis, who's an author that I really like. And I don't know who he's quoting as part of this, but it says he's quoting a guy named Johnson. But I thought this was just like I read this and it had a really nice thing. And I will acknowledge before I read it that there's a certain amount of privilege if this can be a reality, but what's the point of any of this? All of it? Anyways, he said, to be happy at home, and he's quoting Johnson on this part, is the end of all human endeavor. As long as we are thinking only of natural values, we must say that the sun looks down on nothing half so good as a household laughing together over a meal, or two friends talking over a pint of beer, or a man alone reading a book that interests him. And the conclusion of that is basically, where's that?
This is a very romantic quote. I like it. I'm a big fan.
And as part of that, he went on to talk about all the toiling and all the wars and all the stuff. If that's not resulting in people being able to just enjoy life, what's the point of any of it? Because we're all going to live and we're all going to die. And eventually there's a heat death of the universe awaiting all of us. But the basic idea of what is the point if we can't slow down enough to just enjoy it? And that's where I'm coming back around in social media, where it's the net positivity or joy or fulfillment that is resulting from this, the equation is flipped.
Yeah.
And we should all be concerned about that.
Yeah. Is it more time sitting with friends over pints or board games or anything else? Or is it just more noise?
Yeah. And I think as I've gotten older, I'm valuing those things more.
Yeah. That's wisdom.
Where it's what's the point? If I can't just sit on my porch and drink a beer and enjoy the moment, all this efficiency and all this stuff. When you're younger, it's easy to just be let's get more done and let's do all these things. But, and I'm not super old or anything, but at the same time, just starting to value that. And I think as a society, instead of valuing how productive, and like I said, it's a privilege to be able to say this, but at the same time, all this work that's happening, all these advancements that have been made, it was not leading to more joy and happiness and fulfillment and connection. What are we doing?
And as we know, joy and happiness is a result of connection. So just accept it and play some Warlord.
Our dad's friend had a quote. He said, the hard thing to do is the right thing to do. And like you were talking about earlier, Stephen, sometimes it's hard to make those plans and to get out of your house and take a shower and do all those things. The crazy thing is that we know 90 to 100% of the time that we will not regret it. And we just forget every time that we start. and just keeping that in mind and trying to set those things up.
Yeah,
even if it's hard. I mean, it's okay if it's hard. Going back to the
okay
very
if
first
it's
thing
hard,
you said, the culture of things should be easy is probably the most poisonous thing that's happened to us. That things are easy are inherently good.
Like easy is value, yeah.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah. Well, another just analogy for that, right, is like we all know that if you eat healthy foods and exercise routinely, you will be happier and you'll enjoy life more and you'll be more, all the stuff. But it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Because you got to find the time between making the money to live.
It is hard. And so constantly, even if you had the time, like people that are super wealthy and don't need to do anything, it's like it's really hard to build the habit to work out routinely, period.
It is.
And once you get there, people get like almost addicted to it. And it's like, well, I can never imagine not doing it, right? But that is so, my whole life, it's like a constant struggle to be like,
Most of us.
I need to build this into my routine,
Yeah.
and it needs to be happening all the time. But like, same is true with friends, and actually, what does it mean to be a good friend?
Cultivating relationship, yes.
And I think that's one thing that Tabletop does very well. Is it gives you a fun. That's the craziest thing. Tabletop's fun. This is not even like working out. You know what I mean?
No,
like,
it's very much not like working out.
but like working out is just hard.
Right.
However, playing tabletop games takes effort in the same way that planting a garden or building a house or having a kid.
Or skipping the self-checkout line and talking to a cashier.
Yeah, gross.
It's hard.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it is hard.
You know what?
It
I've
is
been
hard.
doing it. And it's not 100% success rate in terms of my overall enjoyment.
Yeah.
But it's not 0% either.
But I think that's the important thing is that it may not be enjoyable. But if you stop doing those things, you lose your humanity, you lose the whole point of it all. And it's like, yeah, it's even going conceptually, we're busy all weekend doing stuff to get ready for the baby. And it's like, I don't want to drive 20 minutes to drop off this stuff at my friend's house. And who knows how long the conversation is going to go and how much we're going to cover. We've been going through this whole fertility thing and like, how much do I want to get into? And it's hard. But then you do it and you're like, oh, I'm glad I did it. Yeah. It's like, oh, working out is hard. But I've never met anyone that worked out routinely for 3 months and then was like, you know what? That wasn't worth it. Like I've never met that person.
Yeah.
Which is astounding. Same thing with like, yeah, the person that you talk to checking out at the grocery store may not be a meaningful interaction. They maybe don't care. They maybe don't, whatever. But like, if we're constantly looking to just cut out that stuff, you're never going to get the good stuff.
Yeah. And it also may have meant very little to me, but it may have meant everything to them.
Yeah. Same with the friend that I like. Maybe he was annoyed that I was stopping by and like, whatever. But also, maybe I'm the only person he saw that entire day. And it was like meaningful to him to have that engagement and to. So, all that to say.
So, play games, change the world.
Sure. Yeah. I like that. I was going to say just like, be careful of just trying to cut out difficult things or things that aren't convenient or just making things convenient to do it. Unless there's a really good reason that you're doing that. That's for in my own life, and as we're about to have kids, the least convenient thing you could possibly probably put yourself through.
Yeah, that's probably
so I'll come back in a year and we'll see how we're feeling. But I think that's something I've been looking for more and more. Trying to cut out the easy and be selective in the things you're choosing to do. That's the other part that has to happen.
Yes.
Is you're going to have to choose. You can't invest in relationships and friends with everybody you know.
You can invest in a lot of easy things, but they don't really pay off. Or you can invest in one hard thing, and it actually does pay off. So,
and there's risk there.
What's your favorite?
Like, you're going to miss out on things, and what if it doesn't pay off?
Yeah, then you choose a different one, you know?
Yeah, well, unless it's a kid, then you're stuck.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, thanks for that.
Oh, wow, that's how we're going to answer that.
That's news.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have lovely kids and we'll love it, and fatherhood will change us both in very positive and meaningful ways.
20 roll of pounds coming up.
I got John.
Don't roll a 1, baby. You're stuck.
Just killed him.
Yikes.
Oh my god!
But listen. I'll say this. Same
thing. The news already.
Same thing with meeting people about working out and never hearing someone 90 days in being like, "Oh, I really regret that decision."
No, there's people that regret kids.
Well, it's true, but anyone who actually put in effort in it, I've never heard them say like, the time I invested in my kids was not worthwhile.
Huh.
I've heard people say like, having kids was rough or whatever. But like, if people are actually approaching it and putting into it, I've never heard someone say, I wish I'd spent less time on my kids.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're about to hear that for the first time then.
Come back in a few months.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
What's going on with Alpha Clash? Is Alpha Clash Arkham? What's up first?
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of it.
There were so many comments that I wanted to get into.
Subscribe,
can't do it.
Etc.
All right, Alpha Clash. Pop me that logo right here.
Got your logo. Here we go. Nice. Hey, you were ready for it.
Rise and Empire Games announced a set 4 called Genesis Returns, releasing November 8th. There are 7 new contenders, so I imagine that's 5 in the booster boxes, 2 in the starters. There's a double-sided contender, Shadowlight, which I've been waiting for since the game has been created. Let's see them. They did this thing where they spoiled it, but they didn't spoil anything, really.
Yeah.
So 25 health on the Shadowlight Bright Beacon side. It's 1 attack, 0 defense. On the Shadowlight Dark Absence, it's 0/1 with abilities.
They're going to flip.
100%. You can see, this is one of my favorite characters. You can see in both. His left eye has the opposite coming out. So the shadow version has the light coming out, and the light version has the shadow. And in the book,
That's a super cool design.
He has different traits and abilities based on which form he's in. It's really, really cool. So I'm excited to see how this pans out. But Genesis is also a character, old character.
Genesis
ancient.
Returns.
Yeah, he's
Look
back.
At that. Greek. Looks Greek.
He
right?
definitely has Greek inspiration. He was around during ancient times.
Is there a more old fashioned classic hero look than that? That art style? I used to draw abs like that. I remember that distinctly.
Yeah.
Man, I used to have abs like that.
Yeah.
Never had abs. Yeah, like I said, those people working out for 90 days, that was not me, you know? No, that's actually not true. I worked out a ton in high school.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I had the right trainers in my life. You know what I mean?
Sorry, coach.
The main thing I'm looking at now is like I was putting in the work, but my diet was horrible.
Oh yeah.
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 Like it's crazy
You had
what
that
I was
country
eating.
diet.
Yeah, man.
Just like jogging
You
5
needed to be
miles
baling
and
hay
eating
for,
fried
like,
okras.
Crazy. Well, it's just like, yeah, just not. It's like you're working out a lot and just eating all the wrong things.
Just great.
If I had but known, maybe I could have someday seen my abs. But here we are. Anyways, the set looks great. Game is really. They've been having the Clash Ground events and Awakening events. The meta diversity is huge. The game's super fun. They're in stride. I think they're hitting their element. The art, like look at that box, and it's just like very very strong.
They did a good job.
Clash Grounds in Australia and Philippines recently. Machina won Australia. Torque wins Philippines.
It's good.
And then it's just they're
Wasn't
cruising.
Warcry winning somewhere else recently?
Warcry did well,
Got very close.
but then got Hamiltoned out of the Columbus Clash Ground. So big fan of that one. And somewhere Ridge was talking about every TCG is saying this. It's like someday PvE cooperative.
Yeah.
But I think Alpha Clash might beat Fab to the cooperative finish line. Mark me.
Hey, I'll place a lot of money on Fab not releasing that PvE format at all.
Ever? Sounds like it's time for another bet. What's the date? Ever? Is ever the condition? Because we can't ever cash that one in, you know?
Well, I guess I'm thinking strategically. They just did Japan, yeah? I said the last big TCG market they were not in.
Yes, and then they have the World Championship in Japan later this year.
If they were going to do it, it would be after entering all of the major TCG competitive spaces, which they've done.
I don't think it'll be 2025. So I don't think we have a good bet here because I think you won't agree to anything. Like I think it'll be at least 2026
now it's kind of
before Fab has PvE.
I just want to drink a beer again.
Yeah. Well, nothing's stopping you
in
clearly.
the fridge.
You get to choose the next one. What would you choose if?
Well, I get to choose if I win.
Well, what would you choose if you won? Like Grimbergen?
Yeah, if you can find it.
Oh, I could find it. I'm a child of the internet, man.
Yeah, but I won't be surprised. Is there a Fab section on here? Yeah, there is. Just the way they talk about it now, it's like it feels like it's really far off.
When is Alpha Clash hidden?
Rich said it by the end of next year.
When is Warlord hidden?
PvE?
Mm-hmm.
I hope in next year. I think they'll both beat Fab.
Yeah.
Well, no bet there.
So,
No bet at all.
All right, Arkham Horror Dream Eaters campaign expansion was released on July 5th. Was this this is the reprint?
This is the reprint.
It's a rebox
Hey,
reprint.
speaking of reprints, I just saw today there were Arkham boards out there.
Yeah.
We're restocking
nice.
the tokens and boards
3 months.
for the first time in a while. Production has slowed way down, but that
As
should
you can tell, yeah.
that should be full boat. So I think it was like I got to be careful. Our data tokens compatible with Netrunner. There are Mythos tokens compatible with Arkham and boards, and our Cosmic tokens compatible with Marvel Champions.
Sweet. Well done.
Cool.
Well done.
All fresh from the brain. Anyways, all right, moving on. Ashes. Those should also be restocked, the Arcane tokens. But otherwise, there's no news on the list. It said Ashes and it just said nothing new. It's like, I have nothing to say.
Have they not? They haven't done any more.
No, at least unless they post it today.
I don't know that they've released the thing that you're talking about or information about this.
Well, let me just check their website.
A lot of
While you're doing that, you want to pull up the Earthborne Weekly Ranger Report.
Yeah,
I'll check that out. And this is a incredible comment came in on the Discord. I just want to read it.
We're talking about Spawn and Shadowrock already? The spider thing?
Yes, we did that last week.
We did that last week?
The stuff and everything.
Well,
I want to read this
I'm
comment
interested.
that came in. This is technology being effective. Over the weekend from Juicebox over on the Covenant Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should be. It's one of the greatest communities of people you could possibly join if you're... What are you going to say?
Also, I wanted to mention this. Steven and Zach are leaving for the kids, the paternity leave. But
The babies.
they will probably be on Discord. So if you're missing the Monday stream, if you're looking
There is that
for-
parenthood thread that
I'm not going to be on Discord. I'm going to be staring at the newborn 24/7, just
There
like
you go.
this. Like
That's good.
that.
You've been practicing.
Yeah.
I like that.
I read a book about how to stare at them.
There's been all sorts of books and videos and classes we've been taking and stuff. But we took a sleep class this weekend.
I can't imagine you were doing this by yourself, you know. It's like you'd be going in with like
It would
freaking tank
be
top
astounding.
and you wouldn't have any idea what's going on.
It would be amazing. It really would. I wish I could see what that world would look like.
Baby's not sleeping.
Well,
I'll Google it
figure
or
that out.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd do that. I think I'd just anyways, the sleep class. Apparently, you looking directly at them and them looking directly at you is like mentally exhausting for them.
Oh,
Like they'll like
understand
look
that.
away from you because it's just like their brain is learning how to function and like see things. So yeah, and the
So
sleep
like
class.
stare off into the distance is better.
Well, it's like if they need to be going to sleep and they're tired, it's like if you're just like looking at them,
Yeah.
they're gonna like stay alert.
Well, I could see why.
Yeah.
That's the same for me. I mean, if I'm trying to sleep, somebody's staring at me.
Yeah. But like a lot of times what'll happen is
in
like
the window, just
baby will be laying there, and again, this is me talking from a class. I have no experience with this. Laying there, and then like we'll be asleep and like make a noise, and a lot of parents will be like, "Oh, I gotta check, see what's going on," and then they'll see you, and then it's like, but they would have otherwise just. And there was a little like 30-second clip. And the baby's asleep the whole time, but starts making kind of crying noises in their sleep. And a lot of parents in the middle of the night will just like pick the baby up, and now they're awake and it's off to the races. Whereas like if you just wait 30, 45 seconds, a lot of times they just. But again, totally out of just class talk.
These are good academic ideas.
Yeah.
Before the
Juicebox,
trenches.
back to Earthborne. Juicebox left this comment yesterday.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you read that.
And it's just this is why Earthborne is Earthborne. It's remarkable that this thing exists. So I'll let him speak for this, saying the feeling when a very specific combination of cards comes together in an against all odds kind of way to create one of the greatest narrative moments in my card gaming life. Holy ... wow. This game delivers in some wildly mind-blowing ways sometimes. How can something this good exist in the world? Praise the makers. With a bunch of people hearting it, loving it, and all that kind of stuff. But like, it was just such a cool... I'm on like day 6 or 7 of my Earthborne campaign. And I feel, every time I'm driving home, I feel the same way, where it's just like, it's amazing that this experience actually exists. Really cool.
The game makes you feel that way constantly. It's just like, it's weird how you can put something together that can randomly smash together in a way that is like the greatest story ever told.
Yeah.
Unusual, that one. Unusual.
Weekly Ranger Report.
Run the numbers. Ooh, and ask Kevin it.
Howling Winds. what does that say under the Howling Winds?
Oh, Fintago. It's not even in the chat there.
8th of July, July 14th, there are strong wind gusts across the valley this week. Elder Thrush is issuing boot spikes to help with traction. Any rangers heading out in the wind should be sure to grab a pair from the nearest ranger cache. Decrease the presence of locations by 1 to a minimum of 1.
Whoa, that's great.
Yeah.
That's easy mode.
Easy peasy.
What do you call them? I used to wear them. I had to wear them in the Grand Canyon. The spikes you put around your boots.
Boot spikes?
No, for the weather, for the snow.
Is it crampons?
Crampons?
Yeah, I think it's crampons.
I think it's
I
crampons.
never understood why.
It's crampons.
Crampons, yeah.
Because I think you cramp them on your shoe.
I think shoe spikes also does.
Or it was like an
the
old
same purpose.
Swiss word or something. Anyway, crampons. They were too scared to use the word.
Did they decrease the presence of the location by 1?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they made it easier to climb.
You may not believe this, but I actually went hiking through the mountains once in the snow and had to have those on my shoes.
Yeah,
really?
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah. You may not believe. I think it was
I may not believe it.
Antelope Canyon.
Okay.
Is where we were hiking.
Yeah,
and it had snowed, so that was exciting.
You were loving that trip too.
Oh yes. There, you know what? Actually, though, so we climbed Angel's Landing, which is a mountain basically, and it was one of the hardest, most fulfilling things I've done.
What a classic combination.
I was going through a very personally challenging time on the mountain.
Yeah, right.
But you get to the end, and it's like there's a chain, and there's like 4 or 5 feet of rock that you're walking on with the chain, and either side there's like a several mile drop off.
Yeah.
And you're just like, all right, this is happening.
Yeah.
I hope I don't die. And then you get to the top, and it's in some of the scenes you see in the Earthborne cards. Reminds me of that, where it's just like, oh,
cool.
Nice.
That's
awesome.
I did that experience. Got it. But also, I'm not looking to talking about avoiding things that are hard. It's like, it was worth it, but man, it's so hard to want to do that again.
Yeah.
Like, or to do that kind of thing.
You're out there.
That's also the brain. That's what the brain does.
Yeah.
Brain does that real good. Keep me safe.
Strange thing.
Yeah. It's like don't do that again.
Don't end me.
Yeah. And I was younger
Ego.
then, so God forbid now. Anyways, all right. Anything else on Earthborne? You good?
There was nothing. Just that we.
Jonathan and I need to play it again.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
Yeah, you'll have plenty of time coming up to do that. Fab, new ban restricted announcement.
Hello.
Bonds of Ancestry, yellow and blue, have been banned. Go ahead and pop it. Are you even familiar with the Ancestry line?
I freaking hated that Bond stuff, whatever those dumb ninja decks were doing. I never understood it. I was not willing to put the time in to understand it. The only thing I ever needed to know about Ninja was block the first thing, that one thing that leads to the whelming if they hit.
Surging Strike?
Block surging.
Yeah. And if they have whelming, you block that too.
And then if they have whelming, you make them have it in hand. You don't let them go search for the next part.
And then you don't let the third thing hit.
And make sure they don't play the ancient +1 card that lets them draw a card.
Yeah.
And then they just get to do it anyway. So make sure that doesn't happen also.
Yeah, just make sure they don't have a card in their hand.
That's my extent. That's as far as I ever got with Ninja, is block the surging, block the whelming if they've got it.
Yeah.
And then they started doing this, whatever this is. Suddenly they were playing 20 cards, Zach. I had no idea what was happening. I was even blocking the stuff, and they were still playing 1,000 cards.
Yeah. The Bonds line is very powerful, and you can just see from the card. Let you search out another card.
Just read the card.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brick of text, but basically, it's a
search.
Under certain conditions, it's free. It has go again, and it lets you go get a card and use it that turn.
And it's also going to be free.
Usually free, and it usually has go again, and you're off to the races. The way they use the ban in this case, getting rid of the yellow and blue, which means the red is still playable. I like it because it effectively makes it a majestic. Like a lot of times, the majestics don't come in multiple colors. And so they chose the color that people need the most to make because if you just ban the red one too, there's a lot of cards that are now very questionable. But this makes it still reasonable. As far as
lowers the consistency.
As far as I can tell. From the people I know that play, like conceptually I understand why this would be true, and the things they say make sense to me, which is this is a way to fix a problem or to fix a deck that's probably too much without making a bunch of cards unplayable. And it's only a rare, so like that's a really when you have to like ban a legendary or something.
Yeah, no good.
That hurts a lot more. But anyways, everyone I've interacted with has been not everyone. everyone I've seen talking about this is very positive on this move.
Okay. And then one time they played that card that turned off my hero forever.
Dishonor?
What the heck is that?
Just don't let it hit.
I didn't know that. Well, I was out of cards to block with it though.
Oh, then you got dishonored.
Yeah.
And you're blank.
And it's like, but I was already out of cards. I mean, why do you need to keep hitting me? Yes.
So bad.
No, yeah, I just lose.
Yeah, you're just gone.
It's like, okay, I didn't know anything that was happening or what I was supposed to do, but whatever.
Looking through here, there's some Living Legend stuff, et cetera, et cetera.
You know what? I figured out I really do not like cards that search cards. Just don't like it.
Yeah.
I think it defeats the whole purpose of a random stack of cards. That's why we play card games.
I don't like cards that make me shuffle my deck.
Yeah.
Like
search top 3 is fine.
Yeah, in alphaclash, there's the binoculars that you look at the top 3 and then you put on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's another. Oh, in sorcery there was like browse. It's like look at these, put the rest on bottom. But once I start shuffling mid game and offering a cut and stuff, it's like just too.
That's why you don't play that Highland Princess. Because you don't want to search for a core and shuffle. Right. Yeah. I still play it.
Pull up Volzar.
Yeah. Okay.
Volzar. The Magnificent.
Get to me, my Volzar.
No, the lightning rod.
Lightning wizard weapon. 2-handed staff. If you control an aura permanent with sigil in its name, it costs 1 less to activate. Once per turn. 1 resource. Amp X, where X is the number of lightning cards you've played this turn. Amp being a plus X to the next arcane damage instance.
Okay, so basically you get a free plus X because you should have whatever this permanent sigil is.
Yeah, you play 3 lightning cards, you get +3 on your next arcane thing. But you'd have that's a lot of lightning cards to be playing.
That's fantastic though.
Yeah.
But this is the idea.
Also, look at that art. That art's pretty cool.
What's up, bits and bobs?
Dude.
The data token's ordered.
Financially viable stream, whoop whoop.
Boom. We did it.
I don't know if that's true, but I appreciate you ordering the data tokens. Hopefully you love them.
That's financially feasible. That did it.
That's what we needed.
That plus
we got
60 to 70,000 subscribers new on YouTube. We'd start monetizing.
Plus all the ad money we're gonna get from our sponsor.
From not monetizing.
Do they monetize live streams even? How do they do that?
I click no every time.
Do they cut into them?
No, I think it's just when you click on it.
After the fact?
During the fact. Like,
to get
into a live stream. That's what Twitch does.
Oh. Higher cost of entry. Maybe that's worth doing. Because then if you leave and you want to come back, you got to watch another ad.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting. Interesting.
And we'll make 30 cents.
Yeah, so the ban restriction announcement, business as usual. Pro Tour Amsterdam's coming up. I think it's the end of this month. Evan from our team is going.
Yeah.
From our work team.
In Amsterdam?
Amsterdam. Yeah.
I got to tell you, Amsterdam, I went to a lot of places in Europe. It was not actually the most cool with drugs. It was a surprise. I thought it was going to be...
They've evolved, right?
I thought it was going to be kind of like, Amsterdam. Wild. Whoa, I've watched Eurotrip and stuff. No, it's not like that at all.
Yeah.
It was cool. There are a lot of bikes. But there's bikes everywhere. There's bikes in Utrecht. There's so many bikes in Utrecht. Oh my gosh. It was kind of more of a warehouse kind of town. It was more industrial than
Amsterdam.
I thought. Yeah. But then we stayed outside of Amsterdam in Overveen, couch surfing, and stayed in an old abandoned warehouse. That was weird, but my gosh, was that awesome. That was one of the greatest times.
I feel like the weirder your Euro trip can get, the more memorable it is.
We dove in. We literally got off the train with Yella. What's his name? Who we just met online. And then we started walking down the train tracks.
Hey, your early Euro trips are a good example of technology creating connection. Even Jasper,
That's
you would not have
true.
met without technology.
Very, very true.
And how cool is that?
Yeah,
but
so the technology is being put to use.
Isn't it so sad that couch surfing turned into Airbnb?
Yeah, it is. But honestly, that's kind of the evolution of our entire universe.
Yeah, that's just what keeps happening.
In a nutshell.
The thing about that, though, let's get some Airbnb injection here, is when we went to Europe in 2018, the ability to stay in actual houses, in actual neighborhoods, because Europe is way different than America.
As compared to a hotel.
Yeah. So in Europe, one of my favorite things when we were in Italy specifically was we would stay somewhere for 2 or 3 days and just getting to go to the local cafe down the street, on the corner, and having food. Yeah. And it's you see the same. It's when we were in Barcelona even, there's this bar/restaurant called Cheers. Funnily enough, it's not Cheers like you'd expect, but it was run by this Argentinian woman. She was there the whole time. She would give you your drinks. She would make your food. She would do the whole thing. And like we went like every day for like 4 or 5 days, and like super cool.
Yeah,
like cool interactions, cool learn about her and her history and stuff. So that, when I say Airbnb,
better than hotels.
Yes,
agreed.
But imagine that you were staying at the Argentinian woman's house.
That could be better. It could also be terrifying. Yeah?
It is terrifying, and that is the beauty of it. Was the beauty of it,
But
and I think they had some.
The metric we used earlier, right, is like, is this instance creating more joy, more satisfaction, more connection,
right,
etc.? And it's like, well, for me, Airbnb in Europe does that a lot.
And then what's funny is for me, my European thing went by the time we switched to Airbnb. Whenever we had the 5 of us going, that actually created less connection.
Yep.
Because we weren't as suffused into the environment by leaving with somebody who was a local. But also, it's hard to do with 5 people.
Yep.
It's very rare to find somebody who's like, yes,
it's
bring
also
on 5 strangers.
Depending on who you are or who you were going with, there are some people, like the couch surfing thing, my wife would never have done that.
But Zach, you gotta, that's why she has to do it.
Well,
should be liberated.
The thing is, you can warm up, right? If it was don't do it,
shackles.
Don't do it, or go to stay in an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Airbnb is moving you a positive direction. If we did that enough, she might get to the point where it's like, there are some people, Filippo, who I knew from X-Wing, who lived in Florence, that we hung out with one of the days we were there. Now, having done that, if we were going back to Florence and I was like, hey, he wants us to hang out and stay at his house, she would do that.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go.
But again, the metric being, is it getting...
Okay.
Is it getting closer to creating kind of a thing?
All right, fine enough.
Anyways, all right.
Fine enough.
Moving on, Marvel Champions. They have apparently a live stream coming up on July 11th. Iceman and Jubilee. Jubilee coming out this month. We're in July. I'm all mixed around. It's crazy. Oh man, we charge subscribers for that. We should have that in stock around release if you want it.
He's right.
He's right. Moving on. Sorcery. Nothing new.
I went to some hostels as well, Brian. Sorcery is good.
What did you say?
I went to some hostels as well, Brian said. Seeing a hostel. Hostels is cool too.
Yeah, hostels was...
It's all kind of different.
Did you say there was sorcery something?
No, I just was surprised because they've usually been like pretty reliably something.
There's news coming.
Whoa.
There's news coming.
I mean, I guess generically you're always going to be right.
I mean, I like making bets I can't lose, except for the ones I made to Steven for some reason.
You realize at some point that you can always say things are going to get worse or things are going to get better and be correct.
That's right. On that note, I mean, it's the parenthood theme coming through. Another, as part of that thing I was talking about, whether the parents feel responsible for the education, another huge indicator of all sorts of things is do the parents believe that the world their kids will live in is going to be better or worse than it is today?
It's got to be mostly worse, right?
And
that's what everyone says.
When it switched to worse, there were huge pivots to mentalities and like just the optimism in kids and like all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a huge problem right now of younger kids being pessimistic about the future.
Oh, 100%.
And then the basically creating that reality. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it's, if you're pessimistic about it, then like you're less likely to engage in difficult things to make it positive. Anyways, whole thing. Warlord. Lots of Warlord news.
Hey, I got a quick Ask Covenant from...
Oh wait, you're answering this live.
Fintago. Warlord box toppers. Do the Warlord pre-order booster boxes include the Kickstarter box toppers? They do not, because those were Kickstarter exclusives. Said it right there on the Kickstarter. So.
But they do include, for each booster box pre-ordered, an alt art exclusive promo card. So it's not the box toppers, but
it's something to top a box. It'll top.
It is something else. Yeah.
So great.
Pre-orders went live for that today on the website.
Are our promos going to be foil? Do you know?
I don't know.
Interesting.
But if you were choosing, what would you choose?
I think I'd choose foil.
I think I'd choose
foil.
Although
it just drives me, I don't understand. There's this influx of people that hate foils. What's that about? You also hate the beauty? What's up with that?
I understand at least the one perspective of foils have a tendency to curl. And so a lot of people only play foil card or non-foil cards in decks.
Okay.
Because if some of your cards are doing that.
Right.
But if you're playing like a sorcery or a warlord where my intent is not primarily as like a competitive situation, it's like I don't really care. But when you're playing in tournaments and stuff, cards like that are problematic for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Anyways, Za'dok. Can you pull up Za'dok?
You know I can.
Look at this guy.
Oh man, I love this guy.
This is from the new set coming out hopefully later this year. That's what the booster box pre-orders are for.
I'm answering.
You're working live while you're working.
Those were Kickstarter exclusives.
You should have just filmed
Taco
it.
was
Sent a
on the
video.
stream,
Yeah.
so you should probably know about that.
So is this guy is like an alligator riding other alligators?
It's a lizard man faction.
Warlord character, Za'dok assassin. Za'dok gained +2 for strikes rolled against spent
The
characters.
Za'dok are like the alligator lizard people.
Perform a melee
mercenaries.
strike, they may target an additional rank away. Ooh, that's so good. His stats are good too. I guess he only gets 1 +5. Is there anything? Why is that axe green on the top wall?
That is a poisonous damage type.
Yeah, poisonous damage type. It doesn't do anything unless a card makes it do something.
So you might have a card that says all poison damage is double damage.
It's lethal.
Or lethal, yeah. That might actually be what they do. But you know what I love about Warlord, and I hope they keep doing this, is it just gives you an awesome like lane to build. It's like, okay, my deck is going to be lizard people because they all get plus from the Warlord. So like I want a lizard man army to go fight. And I think if I'm playing against somebody, you know what I want to see? More than this hodgepodge piecemeal army of all the little finicky best possible things that you can run, a paladin over here and then a waitress barmaid over here and then
Hold on, I'm Steven. Grasping for something.
A gnome over here, you know, and it's like, oh, and their little abilities are, well, this is just fundamentally good. I want to see an army of lizards versus an army of dwarves versus an army of paladins.
What about like a lot of dragons?
That's great too. Dragons.
Our character, it was a gnome.
Yeah.
With a dwarven mount.
Yes.
I
don't do technology in my fantasy.
If you ever have the privilege of helming a Medusan Lord in this game, I feel like it needs to be a gnome with
on a ram.
On a ram mount.
That'd be sweet. I would do it in a heartbeat.
That would be. What was the name of that character? Asking for a friend.
Gobnak.
Gobnak.
Yeah. Dual wield swords.
So a ram mount gnome with 2 swords. Were the swords normal size swords?
I mean, when they scale to the character when you equip them.
Okay, so they're gnome size swords.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're more like butter knives.
Dalrin's main hand. And
Are these gnomes like garden gnome size or like?
They're like your standard fantasy gnome.
I don't know what that means.
They were tinker gnomes. They were tinker gnome from Dragonlance.
About this big.
Okay, so they're bigger than a garden gnome. I was just picturing a little garden gnome with little like butter knife sized swords. You know what I mean? Okay.
Hard to click on.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Does that mean people can't attack you?
It was harder, I think, for sure. And then sometimes, if you're really cool, you would have loved this. What World of Warcraft teaches you is that nothing matters as long as you can mess with other people. Like, you don't need a reward system. You don't need achievements. You need nothing as long as you can just engage with other people, and particularly in a place of conflict for a faction that is against you. So there were zones in World of Warcraft where all the low-level characters were, and you couldn't attack them because they were like a safe zone.
Yeah.
But you could always attack a character that attacked you if they clicked on you. And so what you could do, theoretically, of course, I never did this, because I'm not, ethically, I think there might be an issue with it. But you could, as a rogue, stealth into these like level 10 zones. As a level like 7, you're level 60. And then they're right-clicking on like little like owls to kill, And if you unstealth at the right time, they accidentally click on you, and then you can kill them. It's so funny. Oh my gosh. Theoretically, you could spend like 6 hours just doing that.
Do you get any benefit from that? Or
No.
is it just,
No.
I just picture it's like there's literally a 3-year-old standing in a room, and you walk up behind them and you wait until they like put their hand on a bear, and then you just push them over. Exactly. Eat that, kid.
But like sometimes that would cause entire like server-wide conflict because you'd start doing that. And then they'd be like, hey, there's this guy who's like messing with me. And then all these other level 60 would
And his name, what did you say your name was?
Gobnak.
Gobnak.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they'd fly in the cavalry.
They'd fly in the high level characters and be like, hey, you're picking on our faction. And then I'd call in our guild and be like, hey, there's some dudes here. And then all of a sudden it's like 1,000 people fighting.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's how so many wars have started. Right?
Yeah.
It's like two little people, like not literally little, but like insignificant people.
Yeah.
It's like one guy's picking on another, and then it's like, hey, that's my, and then it's like,
and
escalates, and suddenly it's, a whole war.
That does happen, and that was the best time. Sometimes you would start it, and then you would log off, like we talked about Arathi Highlands, and then we go to class or log off, and we'd come back like an hour.
Just a burnt down village.
It was like the server was down because there was too many people.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's called griefing.
Yeah, well,
it was that.
Now you get banned.
Now you get banned. See.
Well, we can't have nice things, man.
Everything is wrong.
You know why?
Everything is wrong with the way people are doing it now.
You talk about this all the time.
Everything's wrong.
It's like the idea that you can just start at level 70 or whatever.
Yes.
And it's like they've made it too easy.
There's no buy-in.
Yeah.
You can teleport to the freaking instances. You can matchmake system. Oh, heaven forbid we have to actually put any amount of effort into this.
Ryan says we used to sit outside the main alliance city and just pick people off.
That's right. And then sometimes the horde would just come in and try to kill the king in Ironforge, and it's like there's no reason.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, again, hours.
You see these threads, right? Like WoW is the same. I honestly, not to go this direction too far, but like I feel similarly about the church. Where it's like I know so much where it's like they're trying to make it easier and more accessible.
Yes.
Which I think the heart is in the right place of like we want more people to be able to experience this.
Yeah.
But then you water it down so much to make it acceptable and easy and not any effort.
No longer fulfilling.
And it's even just like if we stream, people can watch even when they can't physically make it. And then it's like, well, then people start just watching online. And then it's like you're starting to slide down this slide.
And there's no human interaction.
That is easy. I mean, I wonder if it's
bodies.
A basic truth that the easier that it is to get into something, the easier that it is to get out of something. And where is that balance?
Yeah, that's kind of what it's kind of what Anxious Man was saying.
All that to say, Za'dok the Prey Hunter, who we saw a second ago. I'm almost down to the end of the notes, and then we can just play Warlord and talk about life. Apparently hints that it'll be in one of the starter decks.
Good.
I was reading through that page this morning with the booster box and starter deck stuff. I absolutely love, if you're thinking about making a game, a card game specifically out there, make really good starter decks. Like just make it and print enough. You can't overprint your first really good starter sets. Sorcery has great starter sets. Warlord, I haven't seen the full contents and stuff, but it seems like there's 6 different starter decks for each of the factions. It comes with a D20, comes with a full deck in a single box. It's like this needs to exist.
Yeah.
But this is a good example of making things easy, right? Which is good starter decks makes it easier or more accessible at the end of this game. Mm-hmm. It's still a lot of effort and buy-in to get into a game like Warlord.
Yes.
And I think that a starter set helps people get started and increases the overall engagement, joy, satisfaction, fulfillment, connection. But you can go too far.
But that's what it's about, getting to the table.
Mm-hmm.
Because the more you dial that into, collect the cards, sell them on a faceless online marketplace, see dollars in your bank account change, it doesn't matter anymore. And that's why I think a lot of the speculation and investment stuff, there's an off-puttingness to it that is hard for people to quantify, but it's just that the end goal, the end game of that behavior is not sitting down like this.
That's right.
It's just not.
And I think it's the same thing with like, even in business, right? Is the business an institution that's built to make money? Or is the business an institution that's built to achieve something or do something or be something? You have to make money to stay in business. Like that's, but
to keep going.
If the goal is money, you make very different decisions than if the goal is something else.
Can we start making the decisions? Because I've got a kid on the way, buddy.
Speaking of numbers,
hold on. Let me get a time machine and go back. We spent a good, 15 years there on a different day. But really, it is.
It's been bothering me the whole time.
The clear dice is in here. Anyways, end of news. We made it somehow. And it's 3:30, so we might be done in time for me to beat traffic and do something hard, which is physically get together and play basketball tonight.
Do we have any of the new decks to play the new? I think one thing that I feel like there's a hunger for in the Warlord community is show me what the actual new Warlord is going to be like.
I unfortunately, outside the like Gen Con demo deck things that we had.
Oh, right.
Which
have we played those on stream?
I don't think so. We can if you have them.
I just want to look at it. Well, I think they have the placeholder art.
They do,
and so they didn't want us to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm mixed on this, even in their own Kickstarter efforts. But more and more, it feels like the Kickstarter was very targeted at the built-in audience, which is fine. But then you kind of get to now, and it's like, oh, we're pre-selling booster boxes for this new set, and it's like totally new, and it's a whole new game. We've been in this like old card world.
Yeah, it's a whole new game, but it's
So I'm excited to see that phase.
I want to get some new cards.
Yeah,
you know?
me too.
I want to get those starter decks. I want to get the 6 starters and just play them a lot.
Yeah, me too.
It would be I'll tell you this: by the time we're streaming again, I would not be surprised if we have those starter decks.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second.
All right.
Like,
when do you think we're coming back? Late August, early September?
I think we're coming.
Maybe after Labor Day?
At this point, I bet it's going to be late August or early September.
Okay.
Because, like, I don't know, unless both of our wives suddenly deliver this week, which could happen.
What if when we're gone we get like 10,000 YouTube subscribers?
We might. Jonathan and our new video editor John are going to be cooking on some stuff while we're gone.
Oh yeah, post on.
Yeah, just go wild.
Just keep on cooking.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Anyways, what do you want to do?
What are we gonna play?
I don't know.
Can we open packs?
Oh,
let's do sealed.
There's packs open. Yeah.
Let's do sealed, dude.
How do you even do sealed?
Open them up. What do you mean?
How many packs do we need?
I don't know. We'll open them until we feel like we got enough deck.
Let me go get a box. This is a good time to do this.
Yeah.
Get some more.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the Warlord cards, and we'll get that part ready. What do you think, Steven? Did you guys figure it out?
Why tabletop matters?
I think you did a pretty good job.
I think everybody already knows. They know it deep down. I mean, there's a reason we've been doing games for a bajillion years.
Yeah.
As human beings. There's a obvious. There's a reason. I think there's got to be like a term for this where there's a long period of time where we've seen our past as primitive.
Yeah.
And so it's like it's unadvanced, and so progress is moving away from it strictly. And then the more that we do that, the more that all of these advanced indicators point to the fact that we should just be doing what we were doing.
Yeah.
Like we've done all of this and improved nothing in the fundamental. I won't say nothing. Like medicine has gotten a lot better. Like there are quality of life things that have just given us more time, which is awesome, and less suffering. But it's also like we're using that to do what?
Yeah.
Not more singing together, which we should be doing. Not more playing games together.
It's more.
Not more cooking together. More communities, tighter knit communities. More earthborne.
All right, you ready for this? This is a sealed booster box of Betrayal. The copyright notice is 2003.
Wow, that's before the game is even out.
Warlord Saga of the Storm is a collectible card game for 2 or more players. Players assume the roles of mighty warlords locked in an epic battle to determine the fate of a ravaged world. Featuring the rank and file game system, Warlord is easy to learn, but still retains deep chess-level strategy to challenge even the most hardened veterans of collectible card games. I'm trying to find...
You want me to chop it?
Well, you can chop it, but hold on.
2003? I thought this game came out in 2004.
I thought it was 2001.
Oh, that's probably right, because this is after that date, so it's more accurate.
Political plots, military coups, and simple greed threaten to tear apart the very foundation of the Accord lands. In the midst of conflict, soldiers abandon their duty and challenge allegiance. Trusted friends have become bitter enemies, and former rivals find themselves unlikely allies. Less visible are the conspiracies that hope to usurp the power of their superiors. Unseen and operating within the shadows, their plans are nearing fruition. What was once clear has become decidedly murky. Are the Accord lands ready for betrayal?
What's up, Jerry Kelsey, by the way? Good to see you. Here, you let me chop it.
Look at that pocket knife. Can you believe Steven did a lot of research on that?
Can I believe? Yeah, this man is built on research.
Savoir France. This is like one of the OG knives. You know, they've been making them like this for like a bajillion years. It doesn't have any of the features that most people want. It's just a knife. It folds open and it folds closed.
If it cuts, it does the job.
If it cuts, it's a knife.
Yeah, but you know, people want all sorts of fancy stuff these days.
Yeah, I just need my knife to be a knife, you know? I don't need it to be a flashlight.
It's a beautiful piece of wood. Yeah, exactly. It's just a knife. I need it to open. I need it to cut. So I need it to close. I can't wait to pop this guy out on a...
How does it even...
I don't know. That's what I was looking at. Right?
This is ambitious.
Oh, yeah.
This box decision. I've never,
that's the old,
all of my life, seen a booster box.
It's the old 2000s long
Open,
box right
look
there.
at that.
You could sled down a hill with that thing. Look at that.
That's crazy. All right. I'm just going to grab, I don't know. We're going to need a lot of these.
How about 12?
What if we...
We'll just negotiate?
Negotiate, yeah. I'm just going to start by opening a couple and see how I feel. See what we get.
Are we going to get some...
Apparently this is set 7.
Some old-timey, questionable art in these packs.
That smells like my childhood.
Yeah, it does, actually.
Just listen to the openness of it. Jonathan disappeared, so I'm not even going to call it names. I'm just going to enjoy it. All right. Do these symbols...
Good vintage.
Yeah, on the bottom, I think the symbols represent rarity, with a circle being common.
Okay. I'm going to divide... Oh, man. Just bring it on. Here's Father Nicodemus. This is a guy that's been in some decks that I've seen. Like real decks.
Does your pack have a foil in it?
Not yet.
Mine has a Durek Harvard.
Oh, Haggard Halfkin. Yes, I love halflings.
It's almost cold foil. Look. Like this.
Oh, yeah.
It's not quite.
It's just, I mean, it's the technology has progressed a little bit since then.
Yeah, you can see that. John, I need some pops.
Okay. We may not have so many.
Can start with Deveranians as well.
Haggard Halfkin.
Haggard Halfkin. A halfling with a crossbow. Count me in. This, I just totally get that. If you played D&D, man, this would destroy you. Okay.
Jerry's saying you also get some battle packs. I might have some. I'll look in a second, actually. John, can you pull up this? I love this art. Who did it? David Horn.
Give me
Wow.
1 second, Zach.
You have to read.
All right. Let me look through here and see if we got battle packs.
Man, I love all of this art. Oh my gosh. See? Harder.
Yeah. Human drawn.
Humans drawing things. Harder. Scanning the cards
harder
in.
what?
Scanning the art in. Harder.
What, that's an overlay.
Prompt engineering your way to the freaking...
Prompt engineering. Oh, boy.
Prompt engineer
I don't
something.
think I have any.
Engineer this prompt.
All right, let me know when you're ready, John.
Okay. Give me a...
Now, how does this Haggard Halfkin have a crossbow but no ranged? That's a missed opportunity.
I bet the Warlord community has a long-running inside joke about that.
Who has what?
He's got a crossbow, but he's got no range.
He's Haggard.
I've already seen a lot of dupes. I think we can build
Dude, look at this fine saddle.
Man, check out this fine saddle. Do you have any level 1s yet?
I haven't been looking at it like that.
I haven't seen a single level 1.
Dude, there's a Cerebral. It's like a bull Cerebrus type thing.
Ooh, that's like a good art too. Are we supposed to have like the battle packs for our level 1s? Or are we supposed to have starter decks and then we add...
That's impossible for me to know.
Because I haven't seen a single level 1.
So...
Oh, there's one.
I was going to say, at least according to Woodrow and Josh, traditionally, you could not play sealed Warlord, but that's something they changed with the new version.
So they
So you
changed
have to make some adjustments.
Listen, here's the thing. Sealed Warlord is what everybody's playing. It just depends on how many packs you open.
All right, I got a level 1.
I mean, constructed is sealed Warlord, is it not? You
you're not wrong.
open sealed packs and you make a deck. That's the beauty of it. The format was invented. It didn't come from some hoity-toity publisher pack composer.
I'm going to see. You have 1 level 1?
Yeah, so far. I think maybe we need the starter decks or something is probably why. Or we can just have an all level 2 army. I don't care.
Dude, look at this. Look at this dwarf with a dragon on his back called Crux.
Yay. Didn't Crux look awesome?
He does look awesome. Yeah.
Crux looks awesome.
This is why we're here.
Why don't we just use all level 2s?
So I've opened 3 level 1s. I was going to say, what if we go until we have 10 level 1s?
10 accordingly?
Well, we need 4 level 1s, right? And a warlord.
Whoa, dude, look at this. It's Terror Shard.
Hey, it's a dragon.
It's a level 7 dragon.
Ooh.
He's got 3 strikes.
What is the star the rarity? Like a rare one?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Wow. Mercenary dragon unique.
Oh, wait. We only need 3 level 1s, right?
Yeah, to start.
And then 2 level 2s?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to get out all my characters. Basically, once we have between us enough for us to have starting armies, we can just figure that out.
The chemicals between us.
So I already have enough. More than enough.
Wait, you've got... Those are all level 1s over there?
Those are the ones. These are the 2.
Whoa, you got all my level 1s. I've got 2 weird siege ones.
We've got plenty of 2s, and we need some 1s.
Here's one. Here's level 1 there.
So we're only short 1 level 1 so far. We'll have to do some faction mixing, but you know.
That's all right. I think in Sealed there's no penalty. For us.
I'm into it. For us.
The chemicals between us. Okay, I've got plenty of level 1s. And then Sir Selenoth. Look at Sir Selenoth on a Pegasus. Wait, do Pegasus have the unicorn horn? Wait, this is just a winged horse.
Here's a question. Have you opened any warlords?
No. That's not important.
That's the next that's the next thing we need. Are there warlords in the set?
You can't play Sealed with this set, dude. Wow, Sir Galvadier. Very cool.
Hey, Zachary Blaze.
Hey, that was your nickname in high school.
That was my nickname in high school. He's an elf, scout, and a traitor. He's the only character to rank he's killed. Spend over inflict a wound on a good character in an adjacent rank. Dastardly.
Zachary Blase.
I don't know. I like Blaze better.
Ooh, Tarvel.
Not a single warlord. The game's called Warlord. Maybe that's why you need starting army plus a character is a lot.
Why don't we just we'll choose a level 3 or something to make it our warlord, or level 5.
I just feel like there have to be.
What's your halfling's name on that you want to show?
Haggard, Hagerd, halfling.
There he is. Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Is this showing
Isn't
up
that
gigantic
great?
for everyone else?
Uh-huh.
Is that colored pencil?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would be pretty sure.
It's got to be, yeah.
My pronunciation of Zachary Blase is really tickling people. J.K. Line saying quick search says 6 warlords and betrayal out of 158 total cards. Only 2 rare warlords.
Better get to opening.
All right, you call them out. I can pull them up.
Cards?
Mm-hmm.
There's an Axer there called Redeemer. Pull that thing up. I love this kind of thing.
Man,
Redeemer is just hard for me to spell.
I love all of this.
Redeemer.
2 E's?
2 E's.
Well,
Second time, the two E's the second time.
Oh, yeah. That's the stuff right
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
I told you it was good.
Ah, that's so much better than so much art right now.
there. Yeah. And it's just...
It respects your imagination.
That's
It
it.
captures the power of it.
That's it.
It doesn't beat you over the head with it.
Dude, I pulled this foil. Love this art too. Sir Selenoth. SIR space SELE
Okay, coming up.
NOTH.
Ooh, you got that in foil?
That's not it. That's
No,
not
that's
it.
not it.
Sir SEL.
Sir.
Sir?
Sir? How about one of these?
That's him. Look at this art.
I just pulled a Redeemer as well. Gosh, that looks good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's the one I was... Is he on a Pegasus? Is a winged horse a Pegasus?
That is.
Or does it have to have the horn?
You're out of my depth now.
Is a Pegasus a winged unicorn?
So JK,
I'm pretty committed to finding 2 warlords.
Yeah, me too.
There's only 2 warlords that you can open from the pack.
All right. Well, like I said, everybody gets to open it. You think there'd be 2 in one box?
Yeah.
Right? Gotta be.
You guys open anything pretty?
Dude, everything here. Look at Braces of Defense. It's like a mechanologist card. Is this a new camera? New lens up top?
Yes.
All right.
That's not it.
Defense, yeah. Look at that.
Ooh, I like the electricity.
Look at that. Where did that
That's
come from?
Really good.
Stephen
Wow.
Belladin.
Good job.
That is incredible for 2003.
Hobart Olafsson. Oh, so awesome. Oh my gosh. Hobart.
Yeah, we're pulling it up. We're on the struggle bus here for Premiere Pro. Oh, look at that. I like that back.
Yeah, I just got that guy too.
I want it like you search your deck for a card with poison. And then here's Judas Root poison right there.
Give me a warlord or give me death.
Give me.
We're gonna open this whole box.
Yep.
That's the sealed format we're playing here today. This also looks weirdly modern. Pol Deslines, POL space DES lines.
Do you think you know how to build a Warlord deck yet?
Nope. Fixing to find out.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're called an alicorn or a phallicorn?
Don't know about
Oh,
that.
really? So it is a Pegasus, just a winged horse?
On that note, I just opened a card called Anatomical Knowledge.
What's it? What is the anatomy we're looking at here?
Someone's eyeball.
That's good. It's a relief. Ooh, Ataxian.
Are you putting all your characters there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go through and find my.
Superior Reach. Look at that. What a good card. Play when this fighter is targeted with a melee strike. If it has a weapon equipped that is also a shield, perform a melee strike targeting the attacker.
Wow. The right kind of specific.
Oh, there it really should be like polearm, you know? Like a spear.
I mean, he's got a spear in the picture.
Put me on the design team.
That's just a sword with a cool hilt.
Hey, look at this. Mystic Visions. It's basically browse.
No way.
Look at the top 10 cards of your deck, draw a card.
Everybody's figured it out.
When you look at the top 10
Can
cards
you
of your
opt?
deck, do you get to move things around?
No, it didn't say to you, dude.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think that's watercolor.
Well, you get to know the
I love
next
that
10
art.
that are coming. Yeah, it's great. The next 10 cards coming up. That could affect your game plan.
So you can see what your doom looks like. I've been there before.
I would play way better if I knew my next 10 cards.
I would not.
That is very true, and a good difference between you two.
I'm just keeping it real, man. I would not. Just too much. I would outsmart myself, you know?
You imagine the glory days of like old D&D and then this shows up.
I mean, especially like you're getting hyped for 3rd edition. This rolls in.
It's just got a certain quality to it.
Yeah.
A discovery, you know, you're discovering things when you open a pack. It's like nobody knew what was in here, you know? It wasn't plastered everywhere.
Yeah.
I so miss the days of a new set coming out, being with people, and having no idea what was in there.
And how slow that information traveled.
Yeah. It'd be weeks and people still be opening things and you're just like mind blown.
What? Also
Bravely
good.
ran away.
Count Adrian, also an awesome thing on a dragon, and also great art. William O'Connor was crushing it. I didn't know about William O'Connor. Is he a famous fantasy artist?
Let me see. What's the card look like?
Count Adrian's still loading in.
That guy's awesome.
I know, right? It's rare too. Watch out. Now all we need is 2 warlords and we're off.
But you have other warlords in Zach's collection.
Yeah, we could play whatever we wanted. But we don't want to. We want to open at least one.
Behemoth. Look at this thing.
I feel like if we open one, we're going to open another one pretty quickly.
Wow. That's a Steven card.
Doesn't that look awesome? What is that?
That's like Monster in My Pocket art.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it really is. Wow, what an incredible card. Once per turn, something moves within 1 rank, inflict a wound on it? Automatically? No dice roll in this game?
Looks like it works both ways, though.
Yeah, it does.
John's gonna love this card. The McGonigal.
I wonder if that's a...
MANGONEL.
Are reactions voluntary?
Whoa, whoa, Siege, yes. Look at that thing. Let's see a ranged fighters that cannot receive bonuses. When you stun it. Okay, so that's a great way to do Siege.
Alright, we're cruising. I'm still committed to the bit.
It's your stuff, man. I'll open it forever. Ooh, Mason Tallow. Smoking a old medieval cigarette.
Yeah, look at that guy.
Wow, that's a great ability too. When it's suffering wounds from a melee or ranged strike, discard a card, reduce the wound by 1.
That's good.
It's excellent. Gold is gold no matter what Kerberos says. Ooh, that's a rare foil right there. What is that, probably $1 million card?
That's literally a zillion. What's his name?
Mason Tallow. Foil.
That's college money right there.
That's your college money, that's right.
My daughter can now go to college. Woo. I don't know. I'm going to recommend it against it. Unless she wants to.
Yeah, I mean, you got, what,
Dude.
18 years for things to change?
Yeah. I just think college is getting less relevant unless you're doing like very specific things.
Yeah.
Helm of Kor. KOR. Steven's going to love this, I think, for some reason.
Check it. Wow, that's a cool art.
That is one cool art, Steve.
Steve.
After an opposing character readies from an opposing character's action outside the ready phase, spin to ready a character you control. Yeah. Your shenanigans become my shenanigans.
Liam O'Connor is very famous for drawing most of the ships and key art for the 7th Sea.
Oh, tight. Okay. That's some serious.
Small world. Oh, yes. Sacred text. The sacred text.
The sacred text.
Hilarious. It gives you -2 AC, and then spells cast by this cleric may not be canceled. Shows an anti-anti card. The worst. Let's just agree not to run the anti cards.
8th level cleric.
It's pretty serious.
Yeah.
If you're like Warlord, it starts at level 3 and is a 5. You're there.
Another Terror Shard, this time foil. Boom, a bajillion-dollar card.
Dude, we got foil dragons in the house.
In the house?
You say Terror Shard? Oh, there it is. I see.
Terror Shard, yeah.
2 A's.
Oh, yeah. Sneaky snake.
That's that one that I think the Dragon Lord was running.
+11, +11, +6.
Yeah, I mean, like, they did dragons like D&D does dragons, where it's just like...
Yeah, the dragons.
Die.
Yep.
Don't fight them.
Don't mess with dragons.
Don't fight them.
I love the art on this Hestior, Hestior. It's a fire horse.
Uh-huh.
Look at that guy. Yeah, come on.
Come on now.
Ship it. Oh, William O'Connor apparently has passed away.
Oh, bummer.
Oh. That's cool. Did you see that one, Steven? Until the end of the turn, this character gains AC bonus equal to her skill in writing.
That is
plus
very cool.
writing feat if she has
And then spend a move. So yeah, it's a standard amount.
Yeah.
We love
if
it.
you're really good at writing, you're hard to hit.
You know, that makes sense. Thunderstrike.
Thunderstrike.
Oh, I love this art. Racine, Racine. Pendrak.
Oh, you like that. That's some classic. That's some old-fashioned. Let's go. What is that? Oil?
I love that art. Yeah.
It's like it's an oil painting on a piece of leather or something.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I love this card. Sharan. Shraan. It's a fire elemental creature. Look at this thing. Yeah.
Now that's right out of the Monsters Manual.
Oh my gosh. He creates nothing and destroys all he touches. You would like that.
Yes, I would. Don't know what that says about me psychologically, but here we
I
go.
just know there's a warlord in here.
I just would like to take this moment to look at Steven Zach's stacks.
What are you trying to say?
He's an agent.
You're different people.
He's an agent of chaos, man.
Get different personalities. That's okay. There's room for all.
I'll get there. I'll get there faster. I'll say that.
Dang it! I've been doing this all wrong. I just realized like half of the time I've been putting this in the wrong stack. It's the problem with the stack method. You can do it wrong.
You can do anything wrong.
Sir.
Oh, dude, look at this art. You guys are going to love it. B''Haya.
Bahia?
This reminds me of D&D.
Uh-huh. Was that an old beholder? Like a...
Basically,
Yeah, I mean, you can call them. Didn't they get sued on that one?
there's something that looks even more like a beholder in there. Maybe it is this. I don't know.
Warlord got sued for beholders?
It was too tied to the Dungeons & Dragons.
I think they actually had it, the beholder.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh.
There's a distinct one. It's like the,
I mean, it's not crazy to call a giant eye creature a beholder. Like, everyone can figure that out.
it's like the
It's beholding things.
what was that game called? What's the Marvel collectible card game that was around forever?
Superpower overpowered?
Super overpowered.
You know what I'm talking about? Marvel and DC. They released as an LCG at Gen Con
VS
and then didn't have the rights to
versus one player, two player game or whatever.
two PCG. You can't make it up, man. Anyways, it's like them using beholders. Like, did you get the rights to that?
Oops.
Luke Skywalker's in my game too. Come on, there at least has to be one.
I've got an idea.
Giant bat.
Classic.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Something tells me there's not going to be any warlords in here. The game's called Warlord. How is this possible?
That is a giant bat. That's more giant than I expected.
That is a larger bat than expected. It was right there in the name the whole time.
But that's like extra large. Rideable bat.
It's an extra large bat.
How about some midnight poison?
Hey, there's another poison card you can grab.
There you go. I'm not going to
Are
be
you
playing
kidding
any
me?
cards that search my deck.
2 warlords, 2 packs.
Yeah. Coming right up, buddy.
How's that possible?
It just is. Look at Stephen Blake. It's basically me. Stephen inflicts an additional wound when performing melee strike against spent characters. Mercy is a luxury we cannot afford. That's exactly like me. I've always said that.
He's anti-mercy.
Alright, I've got something. I've got an idea here.
Rama the Cruel. Ramah.
Dude, this is
Yeah.
just awesome. Alright, here's my idea.
How do we have 0 warlords? That's insanity. What's your idea?
My idea is we can play any factions we want,
Really?
but you can choose a level 4 character or a level 5 character as your warlord. If you choose a level 4, you get plus 3 health. If you choose a level 5, you get plus 2 health.
I'm listening.
So you can choose a higher level character, or you can have 1 more health.
Let me offer you this.
Let's synchronize it. Let's synchronize.
Do you have all your characters pulled out of your stacks?
Yeah, they're right here.
Do you have your non-character stack? I just want to make sure we have a similar amount of cards that we're pulling from. This is non-characters.
Oh, that's non-characters. Yeah, I think we're about right. It's fine.
So I opened way more packs. I told you my method was faster. Look at us go.
Well, yeah, but I wasn't racing.
But see, I'm more efficient. You just have more joy. So what was I more efficient in doing? Because I will get joy out of playing the game, you see.
Then we should have been opening faster together.
Just trying to square this up.
See, you like nicely tucked your open packs in though, and mine are a mess over here. So what's that about? Why do you organize trash but not cards?
Well, I clean up after it's over.
Okay, I like that. I respect that.
I do clean up all at once.
Big fan of that. Right.
So,
look at your level 4s and 5s.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, I think we could trade once you pick a faction.
Okay.
You have mercenaries, which are blue, but like if I'm not playing Deverenians.
Isn't there a special rule for if you play a mercenary warlord? You like get a faction for free or something?
I don't know. I was just going to play not mercenary warlord, and then all the blue characters are playable. But there's plenty of characters here from each faction if we want to keep it real.
We could also just make it easy and choose level 4. Because I've got a bunch of good level 4 faction options.
That's what I'm planning on doing.
Okay, let's grab a 4 then. Let's grab a 4.
But like,
and then state a faction?
Yeah.
I like it.
Because we have enough options.
Okay. I am my own warlord. I make the warlords. It's like this.
That's the one, JK.
Somebody rose up and took over the army. Oh man, I'm gonna have to play that one. And then we're gonna understand how many of the rules we don't know.
It's a game you already know how to play.
It's a game we know how to play. Riding. What does that mean?
Oh yeah. All right, I'll pull it up.
Roll a d20. I know I roll a d20, and then I optionally ride. I think the riding is possible. I'm weirdly attracted to dwarves in this setting. Like, not physically, just like playing them.
He loves cults. Things we learned about Steven. He loves cults. He's attracted to dwarves.
I'm playing Stephen Blake because that's my name.
I'm playing Rama the Cruel because that's my name.
Are you? What color is that?
Red.
Okay, so I'll play yellow.
All right. I'm just going through and getting out all my red and blue characters.
I can also play the Deverenians.
The red. That's the guy I'm playing.
Oh, wow. Gross. Yeah, I don't want any part of that. Okay, and then we've got... Keep in mind you have mercenaries, so don't sleep on your mercenaries there.
Yeah, I'm just literally going out and pulling all my red and blue folks out.
See, and that makes it easy.
These are yours, by the way.
I can play Terror Shard if I somehow can get to level 7, which I cannot. So I will not be doing that.
Just telling you now.
But a monster mercenary, very cool. Okay, let's pull the yellows. Okay. I like this.
I like this. I actually feel like under these rules we could probably play with these cards forever. Like there's so many different options of what's going on here.
Yeah, and isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
Yes.
Great.
Great. Thank you for confirming.
Yellow and blue. Don't forget to pull your blues. Is that what you're doing?
This is what I'm doing. Yeah. Sure is.
I like that the elves are necromancers. I love that really so much. I really, really do. I really, really do. Anybody got ranged? You seen your ranged come through?
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps.
I've got the poison searchers.
Don't you go poisoning me.
I'm poisoned.
We broke bread together in your house. You can't poison me. It's against the custom.
I want to have us look up the rules of poisoning. That'd be a joy.
Boo.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. Oh my gosh, these are good cards.
Steven's playing the good cards, Zach. You're in trouble.
Hey, hold on. Where's your full stack of non-character cards? Is this them? These two stacks?
Yeah, the items and the other ones.
I'm just gonna bounce. Oh, we were close. I'm gonna give you some cards. I haven't looked at
No, I don't even want them. I don't even want them.
We're just gonna
get
even
your
out.
cards off of my stack.
I learned about shushing on the sleeping thing this weekend.
Yeah, you're supposed to shush.
All right, Rama the Cruel. Besides looking awesome and being a traitor, once per turn, kill another character in your army to draw a card. May spend immediately to cast an order, or spell order, or spend order that he's capable of casting. So I need lots of people
You definitely built something that is going to be way too dense to play.
to sacrifice.
You're going to have a great time, I assure you.
How many cards can we put in our deck?
50, right? 30? 50? They're 50 card decks, I believe.
Let's check.
I think it's 50 card decks because the starters are 50 in the new starters. And they're fully playable decks. Can you imagine a starter deck that's actually the same size as a constructed deck?
No.
They figured it out, Zach. They put the extra 5 cards in there to play the main format.
But just think of if we had given a bunch of one-ofs and not enough for a legal deck, how much of the full experience they could taste a sampler of. It's like I gave you 1/12 of a burger and 1/12 of a hot dog and 1/12 of a corn dog and 1/12 of a pie.
Where is this restaurant? I will go there right now. That sounds amazing. The Fair Food Sampler Platter.
For constructed, it's 50 cards. For limited, the minimum is 30 cards.
50? 30. Oh, let's do 30. We'll see all of our hits.
Zach, didn't you have a friend who tried to make a fair food all year round business? And then he realized that people only want to eat fair food once a year.
It does not ring in many bells, but I love it.
Dude, there's so many options. I'm glad we cracked that whole box.
What's this icon mean?
That's a wizard.
Not illusionist?
No, illusionist is in the bold text.
Okay, so like a sphere of silence says illusionist only. So this could only be played by level 4 this.
Yes.
But then it would also have to be an illusionist. And my
That's
only
right.
extra trait is traitor. So
Not great. Yeah, you're done. You're cooked.
that's cool. There's so many cards.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm glad you guys are doing this.
Dude, I love this card, Reversal of Fortune. React. Play when this character rolls a 1 on a die roll, unadjusted by card effects. Change the result to a 20.
I love that.
I control my... Look at the art, too. I control my own fate.
Big fan of that. Big fan of that. So unplayable. That's the kind of card that nobody would ever play, but man, is it cool. Big fan of that, man. Big fan of that. Yeah, when it happens, it's like, whoa. Epic. Okay. And look, you start to see there's actually not that many options. Urgent. If Urgent is in play during the end phase, your hand is reduced by 1. While Urgent is in play, players may not use card effects to draw cards. Wait, what does your hero ability do?
I don't know.
How many U's are in urgent?
R apostrophe.
When it says evil characters only, how would one know a character is evil?
The color of the icon. If it's black, they're evil. If it's white, they're good in the alignment system. So to say nothing of their personal morals.
What's stealth?
It's the thing that you can do to get in my ranks.
Remember that?
Keep it out. Do not play that card, please.
What's +4 skill? Is this skill?
Yeah, bottom left. Yeah, have you ever known how to play this game?
I'm not sure I've ever known how to play any game. I'm just feeling my way through every time, watching my opponent for signals whether I'm doing something right or illegal.
And what is this 20-sided dice about? When do we roll that? Racine can equip a bow. That seems relevant, right? Is that relevant? That might be relevant. Search your deck for a lycanthropy form. Okay. Ooh. I'll play.
I'm gonna let you make jokes at this comment. Do you know what charisma is? Is that a feat?
Yeah.
Bold word, keep charisma.
Yeah, I think you can give somebody like advantage. I think they roll 2d20 on a roll.
Too much for me.
And then they choose the one they like.
It's kind of nice because you can go through. I'm just looking for this icon or icons that I can play.
I'll just put these rules in the chat. Limited react. After another character you control within 1 rank makes a die roll, succeed with a charisma check, that character re-rolls the die.
Yeah. Sick. So kind of like what I was saying, but not as good.
Perfect.
Okay. So I can't play the Haggard Halfling, but you can. Congratulations. And then I don't have any ranged, so that's fine. So that's going to cut Martin. Get out of here, Martin.
George?
All characters in the rank behind Martin gain marksmanship +5 until end of turn. Well, we might still play one. Guess we'll find out. And then we have a Trogid that we could do. Okay, let's look at Trogid versus Martin. +2, 10, 1, +1, 10, 1. Well, I'll take that one.
I need more of that card.
I like Trogid's ability. It seems good.
Yeah, if you got monsters, I might have a
that's
monster
true.
somewhere. But otherwise, I'll just take the stats. Okay, we'll go Trogid. And then we're going to do Pole Deslines. This is a good card. When you use Defend, you get +5 AC until the end of the strike. So you put it on you, and then you're 16 AC. See you later, bun. Nice knowing you.
Van's got a question for you.
Van's got a question.
So how many cards do you own, Steven? Seems like Zach has all the decks, and
None.
Steven just retains the rules, and Zach has a rule says I play only and let Steven retain it all.
That's it. Yeah, that's the devil's bargain that we make. I'll learn how to play. Zach will provide the materials. It's like he shows up with the liquor and I make the cocktails.
That's
There
a
you
good
go,
deal.
Yeah.
It's worked so far.
Here we are.
Wow. This is just a cool card. I'm going to run some monsters. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Oh my god, that card's awesome.
This is my starting. We'll get Stephen Blake up here. Look.
I love that you picked him for his name.
And 2 Squire Orbons. They all look the same. Everybody's just a red-headed slayer. It says my name right there. Steven inflicts an additional wound.
It was built for you.
That's my name, dude.
That's my name, dude.
Okay, now we got to get to the hard stuff. So we agree that we should run characters.
Characters are good. I agree with that. I'm just going through and grabbing anything that has the icon that matches me or the circle icon that means anybody can do it. Starting there. I really pigeonhole myself with this character.
Absolutely. Dude, hot swap right now. Increase your joy. Get it out of here. All right, I got 15 1s and 2s.
So this probably doesn't matter at all. But the rules say a single card type, be that character, action, or item, cannot make up more than half of your deck.
Okay. That's
helps.
actually good to know.
Yeah,
So you
that
can only
kinda
have
helps your
15
building.
characters in there?
Yeah.
So we should probably do that.
Yeah, I was about to have 30 characters. 5 a turn, baby.
I've got 15 characters exactly.
Nice.
Just like that. Okay. Now we got to decide. Oh, now this stack is this is a scary stack over here.
We're rolling now.
This is a scary stack. Okay, I'm gonna give myself permission to take. I'm gonna look at my. This is my like varsity team. I might pick some of these guys. Put a copy in just to see them. I'm not playing anything over a 3 though, because I just know how that goes.
Jason's saying that Bendrick may become problematic if you guys want to ban him, but
Who's Bendrick?
he's on the screen now.
Did we even see that one?
He's probably in my stack.
4 wounds. He's better than any of our warlords. That's probably. Do you want to give our warlords 4 health? How many does yours have?
2.
Yeah, let's go 4. Is that fair?
It's fair.
It's fair. That's fair, dude.
I just had it ready.
I'm glad. We agree. All right, and then I'll take Racine if I can find a bow, and I'll take Ararn if I can find lycanthropy.
I know you're saying words.
How do you spell Racine?
Racine.
I-N-E, okay.
Where'd you put my items, dude?
They're on top of the stack.
Oh, they're there. Okay, things that are good. Nothrog daggers.
And what's the max number of copies of a card you can run? You want to play by those rules?
As whatever. No, I mean don't like netrunner it.
I'm asking to be kind.
10, 5.
No, I think it's 4, right?
4. I mean,
3,
it's
2,
limited,
1.
man.
All right, play whatever you want.
And I don't have a wizard, so I can just cut all these spells.
That's right. So I was just going through anything that matched my icon or had a circle. That was like step 1. But you have other icons out here, I guess, technically.
After this fighter hits a character with a melee strike. 60 with dexterity. Oh, hey, that's kind of cool. Thunderstrike with Stephen Blake is not bad.
That's where you love to live. Ain't great, ain't bad.
Okay, defend. Copies you may have in your deck. Are you gonna run Patchwork Armor? How many of them again? It says there's no limit.
As many as I can run.
No.
That's literally what the card says.
There's no limit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not running as many as I can run, but
I might.
it does seem good.
No lever, discard the gloves, discard none. No. Shield, spend. Form additional after this one. Okay. That's kind of I like the Gladius on a little. That's kind of a fun card. I really am going to run a lot of Patchwork Armor also, just for your benefit. Just so you know that. Thieves' Bane. While it's equipped, rogue actions that may target this character must do so, and actions that may discard this item must do so. Wow. That's a meta answer. Not for limited. Fighter hits a character of the same faction with a melee strike. He or she inflicts 2 additional wounds. The same faction. No.
Oh, that's a cool action.
Spoiler.
So cool. If this character's steed is discarded, discard Fine Saddle. I don't have a steed.
I got steeds in different area codes.
Riding
Oh, I can't even.
Goodness gracious.
Stephen Blake can't.
What does it even do,
run
though?
this.
Well, see, if you combine that with your Fire Horse, that's plus 10 AC baseline.
And you can sell it to Aesop's.
But you can't have 2 mounts.
No, that's not a mount. That's a saddle for a mount.
That's a saddle, dude.
Put the saddle on the mount.
Saddle's
you
not
put
a
the
mount.
lime
That's just the
in the
saddle,
coconut.
Yeah, but Harry had you covered on this. Harry Belafonte? Henry Belafonte?
Yeah.
Harry? Is it Harry?
He knew. He was a noted Warlord player.
Mm-hmm, he loved it.
Infamous, really.
This is a stealth action. What does that mean? Can you only do it from stealth, probably? I don't like stealth.
It's too confusing.
It's
Put
out
it in
of
the
here.
file.
Put it out of here. Bard only. Am I a bard? No. You a bard?
I'm not a bard. I wish I were.
Baskerite Mark. Attack from this character, which affect one or more other characters or increase our +2. Wow. Wow. Also, this Squire Orban is crazy good. I honestly don't understand.
What's it do?
Orban has +3 attack and +2 AC when the warlord of his army is a good fighter. Oh, that's not true for me. Dang it. I'm a good rogue.
Not a good reader.
Dang, man. Working on a bit. That's funny.
Sometimes I get one.
Wow. Very, very good. I'm questioning the faction I chose.
I was there at one point.
I'm not a good fighter. But I am a good fighter, clearly, because I can make 2 strikes. But I'm not a good fighter in terms of the game. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I believe you.
He's still my best character. Dang it.
Sad news. All right, so.
Not a good reader, dude. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, none of these cards matter. I'm running a bunch of patchwork armor, like I said. This is so cool. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think this is the Warlord we've been wanting to play.
This game is the coolest right now. I love it.
Oh, is this the guy that you're saying is a problem?
Yep. Warlord.
Noted. Going in.
Are you running that fire horse?
No. It doesn't match my
Okay.
Warlord.
A medicine check. Am I an assassin? No, okay. Tough as nails. Barbarians plays without spinning. I'm not a barbarian.
He's just the problem because he got 4 health, right? Mechanically.
Are you going to ready your stuff outside of the ready phase? Okay, good. Target any wizard. Don't have it. Torpedo reach. Playing with this fighter is targeted with a melee strike. Weapon and shield won't. Follow sap. If a strike roll hit to touch card of the target, this card attacks the card to receive a poison save. After readying or become.
Are your level 1s just kind of idiots?
Yeah, they're a waste of time. These guys are actually quite good.
So 2 of your 3 are not waste of time. They're quite good.
Well, my level 2s are really, really pathetic, though.
Including the guy you were saying how. Oh, it doesn't matter.
He doesn't. He would be good if you had a good fighter.
Bummer.
So sorry for you.
So sorry for you.
Like this guy would be a fighter?
That's right.
Yeah.
So shiny.
Yeah.
There's
He's trying to blind me before the match.
You already can't read. I don't need to blind you.
You're equipping it. While a different one is already good, do not discard the current one.
Let's see what we're working with.
I don't know what to do with these lycanthropes. Target is sent with endurance. Character makes a charisma check. If success with the target becomes spent. Oh, that's a playable card.
You got any dwarves over there?
Nope. Play before this makes a melee strike. As a result of a repost check. Okay, well I don't
What's
have
that
it.
one? That art looks cool.
Try again, I dare you.
Oh. Cool.
Oh yes, this is what I'm here for. Mobility. That's going to be the theme of my deck. Where the range strike to form marksmanship roll. Nope.
What'd you just slap down, Zach?
Good characters.
Father Nicodemus.
Oh, another one of these guys.
This is all awesome. It's all awesome. I want it.
I think we're gonna.
Yes, dude. Everything is cool. Yes. I just found like my synergies. Do I have a cleric of the same? No, there's no clerics. I don't have a cleric anywhere. Oh, there's a Trogged. Weird cleric, but okay.
Look at this. Front row. Thalon.
Oh no, that's a good card. Wait, you're playing, this is all the cards in the constructed deck.
Oh.
You're the worst. That's not bad. These guys are crazy though, aren't they? Oh my gosh, you're the worst person. Why are you doing this?
They don't do anything.
They give somebody +3.
Maybe.
That was in like my baller constructed deck. So if you win, it's because
I have good cards.
you have good cards.
Yeah, I see. I see how this works.
Adjacent to a character of opposite element. Stun a good character adjacent to a character of opposite element. I don't like that. Ranger Scout. I don't have those. Cleric. Doesn't matter. Words of Hope. Still maybe. Breakthrough. Steed. No. Evil Paladin only. Nope. Holy dice, and this character has the charisma feat. The character makes a charisma check. Whoa. Whoa. Have you seen Inspired Leadership?
Yes.
When your warlord dies, and this character has charisma, They make a check DC 20. If it succeeds, you don't lose, and they become your new warlord.
I have seen that, yeah. But you have to have charisma.
Yeah, suddenly you're the new warlord, man.
That's so cool.
It's called a promotion. Isn't that cool?
That's very cool.
In honor of the die. Till the end of the turn, this fighter has the ability to react when a character in this rank is targeted with an action or melee strike. This character becomes the new target. Nope. Writing check. Nope. 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 It becomes pretty easy once you get there.
Yeah. There's restrictions. What?
Okay, that's fine. No. Ooh, yes. Hit to attach this card to the target. This card is attached. The character attack. I'm just gonna be poisoning you, dude. You're gonna get so poisoned. You're not even gonna know what to do. May only be played by characters in opposing formation. Oh, that's stealth. Got it. Understood. Don't want it. Spend a character adjacent to a character of opposite alignment. Okay, you're all evil. Got it.
Do these count as in our deck?
Yes, that's
yeah.
That's what
those are your first 5. It's like ashes. Different checks for reduce the Yeah. Oh wait, we can't play that. It's level 3. I see. Okay, I see. This character's a dragon. Nope.
So outside the first 5, we can have 10 characters.
That's right. Is that right? Is that accurate?
Because they technically come out of your deck.
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
Because you can technically change them between games.
Okay, good. I'm gonna poison you.
Impossible.
Assassins. Makes them release if the strike hits the winter reduces your end. This card is attached to the target. This card is attached to the target. Sure. I mean, action by the strike is being cancelled. Nope. Yep. Nope. Are you already done over there?
Almost, yeah. Nothing new.
Nothing new under the sun, is there?
Nothing new under the sun.
But are you playing Reversal of Fortune?
Yes.
You are, aren't you?
No. I wanted to. I don't have any charisma, though.
Everybody wants to.
We made it. Where's our grand old box of sleeves?
Grand old sleeves, you're a... Okay. I've got a good pile here. So I've got to cut... Let's keep only the good ones.
I saw the comment come through earlier. Zach's playing red. Shocking. Hey, man.
Supplies.
We talked about joy and fulfillment, and you just, at some point, you accept who you are.
Except that burn brings you joy.
I'm so excited to get new starter, but like just the new everything, even booster packs that are built for limited.
Looks really good.
That'll be a fun comparison. It's like just opening the new stuff and playing sealed. If you had to guess, how close are you to being done with your deck?
Very close. I think that's it. Oh no, wait, I'm gonna take the Poison Man.
Can you pull up this card? I think the art's hilarious. Power word, :blind.
Power word blind. A classic.
Oh yeah. That's good. That's like that sorcery art. Like that the one they showed the night where like all that wacky stuff's going on. I love it.
The semi-recent one.
You can't AI that. You know what I mean?
Oh. I do. And it's a hilarious way to say it. Can't AI that. Man, I will say AI is the current, from 2 or 3 years ago, the word was crypto in this category, but AI, I've never seen something so immediately appeal or be unappealing to people.
Basically the same people in both camps, too.
Yeah.
And let's find that to be interesting.
I mean, early adopters are early adopters.
Yeah, that's true.
Most of the time they're wrong.
And I am an early adopter of some things, so I can't complain.
Yeah. Most of the time they're wrong, but sometimes they're Doc Martens. You know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean. Or like their Macs back in the late 90s. Just
funny stuff, man.
People.
You can sell that. We can get a new sponsor.
Funny stuff. 15. Okay, so I need 15 cards the other direction. Okay.
See a lot of items over there, Wooly.
Fallow Sap. Play before performance made. Strike roll hits. Attach it to the target while this card is attached together. I just want to put one of those on your assassins and play before this rogue makes a melee strike. If the strike hits. Do I have any rogues that are going to be... See, no, I don't really. Strike roll hits. This card is the target. This card is minus 10. I just need to poison up your... I need to poison up your warlord. That's what I need to do. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna wreck you in the process. And I'm definitely gonna have any dead cards. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, I don't have a level 4. I don't have these. I can't do that. 6, 7.
Easy. Make cuts.
8, 9, 10, 11. You need 4 cards.
You got 11 patchwork armors in there?
I have as many as I can run.
Card's good, man.
It is.
Can I use words of hope even if I don't have charisma on my byline? It says I make a charisma check.
What is defend +8? Is defend a feat?
Yeah.
Do we know what it does?
Yeah. It transfers the strike to you.
Oh, yeah. That's from his dwarf deck. Someone out there will be able to answer that. If you have no charisma, can you do a charisma check? I'll look it up, too. We'll see what goes.
Steven's been trying his whole life.
Goodness.
The hits keep coming. It's because I have all this extra mental bandwidth to shuffle my cards.
Have all that sharp food weighing you down.
I know. He does feel lighter.
I had sharp food today. Kind of.
Well, it's your first one.
Can I make a charisma check if I don't have charisma? I think I can. Charisma just lets me make it whenever I want. I'm gonna say yes. I agree that I can do the thing I want to do.
You haven't said anything that says otherwise.
All right, I'm doing it. You can make charisma check if you don't have the skill. I played D&D before. A few times. Hey, we made some decks, man. Oh,
yeah.
Nice and sleeved there.
Here, there's your blue sleeves.
Good for you. Thank you.
Yeah, it gets me excited about actually building decks. Because you're building your first 5 team, you know, and you gotta have your alt teams based on their faction and Warlord, and like, it'll be that starting 5 metagame situation too.
JK says if a card is telling you to make a check, you can. You'll be at 20.
Yeah,
DC 20. Or you'll have no bonuses. But that's a DC 14, so you can totally do that.
I don't add my skill. That makes sense.
Yeah.
John, I'm gonna ask you live. I'm gonna ask you a question. How do you feel now in retrospect about the John Cam?
Me?
Yeah.
It's all right. No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like
you were very hesitant for a long time.
Yeah.
I would just slowly be like, "Hey, I think we should." I'm glad it happened. It's really nice.
Well, I started talking more, and then it was when I was just like an echoey, disembodied voice. It wasn't very good. And then you could mic me up, but I'm still a disembodied voice. So now at least I'm in a bubble.
Now you're a bubbled, dark, embodied voice.
I'd like to be able to float around like a screensaver.
That would be.
When he's like going for the corner, it's like,
we just go crazy.
Oh, J.K. Long says you would add your base skill still.
Good. All is well.
So look at that. Steven's going to get you.
I
I need to adjust where these cards show up.
Okay. I still want your sleeves for my makeshift warlord.
Thanks. Yeah. I have mine in a different. Yeah. Did you do that as well?
Yep.
Different sleeve.
Look at us. We may do things differently, but we end up at the same place with a warlord deck and sleeves.
Warlord deck and a good time and a heart full of joy.
I can't tell you how envious I am of your beer.
I might have another.
Just
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? The East Coast.
Definitely 5 o'clock on the East Coast.
Weren't you talking about the third place being a place where you can go grab a drink?
Most of the time it involves drinks, yeah.
This could be a third place for me right now.
But it's your second place. It's work.
What if your second and third places are the same?
Well, there's probably some upsides and downsides to
That's
that.
kind of what the big corporations want, right?
Yep.
Spend all of your time. Also, you can babysit your kids here. Rely on us for everything.
Okay.
Apple will take care of your needs.
Google's the real ones. They're all about it.
No, they said they weren't going to be evil, so I trusted them.
Yeah.
They took
Clearly.
that away.
Yeah, they removed it. It's like,
They removed it.
wow, what a statement. That's crazy.
And everyone just let them get away with
That's
it.
really crazy when you think about it.
That was the statement.
We've rebranded.
It's okay to be evil now.
Here's why it's the right choice for us.
The funny thing to me is that you would have to say it.
Well, the spirit of it, though, is felt.
I get the idea.
It's felt. It's like, okay. I mean, because, yeah, it is evil. Like, there's a lot of evil corporations out there, really. Not even intentionally. They're just, their eyes on the wrong ball, if you will.
Profit. Short-term, quarterly profit.
Quarterly profit churns out some real garbo.
I'm over it, Steven.
But it's meant to manipulate people like us.
I even made the choice to go to the... There's no way this is centered. Can you give me the top down? It's going to be over here.
Wow, I was a little off, wasn't I?
Well, it's just right here, you know.
Dude, are you ready to roll some freaking D20s? And I'm going to get another beer.
I can't.
I'm totally
I'm excited about
waiting
this.
for it.
I think I'm more excited about this one than I have for a lot of them.
It's a good spectator game.
You want one of these?
And this one just came out of nowhere.
I mean, look at these armies facing off out of nowhere. Tell me the story of that.
I like 3 axe bros and
Dude,
fathers.
those guys are intimidating, man.
Just so aware, they're the same class as my warlord, which is wizard.
Oh, he's got shenanigans.
Oh, so they can cast the level 1 spells? That'd be sick, actually.
They can.
Okay, so let's look at the starting lineup. You're +0 or 12 AC. I'm +2 10 AC, so that's an even out. I'm 11, so I'm at -1 total stat line, but I get defend +5. And when I defend, I get +5 AC until end of turn. So, like...
If you successfully defend, then you're a 16 defense.
That's right.
And defend is where the feat, where if you pass the check, which would be a roll +5 to get...
+2, so 7.
And what are you trying to get?
I'm trying to get 20, DC 20.
So you roll, 13. You need 13 or higher, and if it's 13, I'm attacking that thing instead, and you get +5 defense.
Yeah.
Well, ain't that obnoxious? Even, Steven?
Yeah.
Twas even.
Twist even.
Your choice. Is it 5 cards?
5 cards, yeah. I love not having to track health also. Isn't that awesome?
Not like a big, like a sorcery health stat or something? Or
No health to track, and we don't get a mulligan, so you don't even have to think about it. You just start swinging. Okay, these are good cards.
There's no way you're gonna win.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with that. Can I use defend after spin to defend? That's the old heuristic.
Spin it or defend it.
Spin to defend.
I don't think I do.
Features and birthday chest.
In fact, I'm certain I don't. But can I defend while I'm spent? If I can do that, my front line got a lot better because I thought that I could, and I wasn't sure.
Dude, the card Steven was calling out earlier, Bracers of Defense, is a level 6 wizard card, which I can play on my guy. It just gives you +5 AC, straight up. Look at that. It can't get AC from anything else, but that puts me up to 17. Don't tell Steven. Hi, Steven.
Steven's happy. He's got another false flag.
I don't see a very strongly worded yes or no on that. Oh wait, hold on. I actually
look up the feats.
It's a limited react.
Okay, no spend. Yeah. But I can do it once per turn.
That's right.
Okie dokie. I'm going first?
Yeah, man.
All right, let's go +2 on any of your Thalons. 12 + 2 is 14.
Is this one acceptable?
That's the one right there.
All right. So you can, when you're spent, use the thing?
Yeah, once per turn.
But only once per turn.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and swing at one of these guys.
Okay.
You gotta try to...
I don't think so, because I've got to spin to get the +5 AC. And I'm pretty sure I don't know the result of the defend roll before I make that choice, because it says spin to react when I use my defend feat, gain +5 until the end of the strike. Mm-hmm. So you think I have to spend before I know whether I'm defending and succeeding at that? Read that and tell me what you think. Like, is it I declare defend, then I spin to get +5, or I declare defend, roll the die, then spin to get +5 or not?
I think you... Because the spin react, he spends, not the... Yeah, you're just not even on.
Yeah.
So you must not spend to defend.
No, definitely not.
Because you defend, and if successful, you can react.
If successful, or before I roll for the defense? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because you could say you declare the defend feat. You use defend, then you react, then you roll.
I don't know.
Does that track for you?
I get what you're trying to say. I decided to do something different.
JK says, I think you would get to see if you succeeded at the defense.
Okay, I like that. Let's do that then.
I'm going to play the Iron Duke. This guy's awesome. Look at him. He's so cool. He's got a +3/+1 attack, 13 armor. He's a Deveranian trader. Inflicts an additional wound on higher level characters when he inflicts wounds with a melee strike.
Wow. He's like my guy, but better. Did you do that because you think that I'm about to kill one of your frontline guys and you wouldn't have a proper... You'd still have a 3 rank. No, you wouldn't. Yeah, so that's wise.
Well, I would.
If you miss with Alan...
If this goes and this goes up.
But then you couldn't
But then
play
I can't play
the
this
Duke.
guy.
Yeah, you can't...
But I really want him in play.
Yeah, he's like a second Warlord.
And we said they have how many extra health that we're playing with, our Warlords?
2 extra, so they're at 4.
Yeah. Do your worst.
Do your worst. Peasant. Old woman. Man. What are your Thalons?
Come on,
+0.
Give me a miss.
+0.
Yes.
There's a miss.
All right, now we can play some games. I see. That's really interesting. So you can't do this now.
I can do this.
You can defend, but you can't
I won't
use
get
your
+5,
react. Yeah.
But I can still redirect you to the hot sauce bar.
All right, let's work out my turn real quick.
Let me compose a symphony. This is not, somebody's name is not Father Nicodemus. It's like a Father Nicodemus.
I don't know.
How are, because like, why is there 2? Mm-hmm. And is this a Thalon? Or is that
a pole? Or a Paul?
A pole Deslines? That's a Troggon, for sure. That's not hard for the imagination.
So, technically, can I do this? I can move up here and he would have to fall in.
That's right. You can absolutely do
that.
that.
If we do that, then I've got this going. And that's not what we want, so let's not do that.
Zach's playing some jazz.
He really is, yeah. I'm looking to swing, man. What is this? Come on, man. I thought you haven't even touched that die yet.
To play an item on something, you don't spend them, right?
That's right.
That's correct.
Just has to meet the level requirements.
Okay, let's do this. I think this will be perfect. I'm going to play Crushing Hands.
Hey.
Spend order using my level 4 here.
Yeah, okay.
And it says target any character in play. The target must succeed with a magic save DC 10 plus this wizard's skill.
15.
Which is 15. or be stunned, and I'll target that thing.
All right, and I'm making what kind of save?
Magic save.
All right, and I've got +2.
So you need a 13 or higher.
13 or higher. Not a problem.
Oh,
he's coming in. He can't be stopped.
All right, go ahead.
Untouchable. What are your talents? 10 + 0 is 10.
That's a bummer, dude.
Wait, how do I... That's your die, dude.
It doesn't matter. Okay, sir. Let's play this card. So I learned, like, even though playing that card, it's like if you do kill one of these, things are going to have to fall forward.
Mm-hmm. And
it's like I might not get to actually play that card.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to use it while I got
Dump.
it. I'm going to play a patchwork armor here. It's got to be level 2, +2 AC, and then defend +8. You know the rest of the drill.
I know the drill. Okay.
It will be painful.
Okay. Let's do patchwork armor here.
You know the guy? Oh boy. Alright. Nicodemus is gonna move forward and we'll fall forward here.
Okay.
Let's leave that there.
Let's play a Haggard Halfkin. One of my favorites.
Nicodemus will fall forward here.
Oh, he's advancing the ranks. Play patchwork army.
Oh my god. Let's play an Ataxian here.
Mm-hmm.
What's that one?
Ataxian, Ataxian.
There it is. That's a cool art.
Yeah, I love that. He reminds me of the Night King from Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
Before that character was ruined. It's about to get spicy.
It is. It really is.
I love it when that initial volley is over and things start getting serious.
You can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got all sorts of weird stuff going through my head, man.
That's that synchronicity thing we're talking about. We're all synced up on the same wavelength here, watching this Warlord game transpire.
The wavelength being Steven's gonna die.
I really shouldn't do this. I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm not gonna do it.
He can taste the blood.
Oh man, you've got what, 1,000 strike? It's not a big deal.
2,000 strikes.
2,000 strikes.
But you've got 2 defense.
All right, dude. I'm gonna move up here and stun forward on the Warlord there.
What makes you stun forward?
Because I come in and I'm 4/3.
What are you doing?
Dude, Stephen Blake here to party. Look, mercy is a luxury we cannot afford. Okay.
You have 2 defenders. I mean, you have 4 health and I win.
That's it.
Easy peasy. Okay. You're 15 now. That's a big number. I'm gonna attack here. With a +0. Need an 11.
Where you going?
Here.
That's okay. Bada boom. Okay, let's go ahead and let's throw
This guy's wild.
Squire Orban up here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and attack together.
Yeah, you got it.
Paul.
Ugh.
He can't miss.
Stinky. All right, Squire Orban. Words of Hope. Target a stun character within 2 ranks. Make a charisma check, DC 14. If successful, they become spent. I'm at +4. Need a 10 or higher. Oh, my whole game plan is ruined. There is no hope
You had to
here.
try, though. You had to
try. Jacked up.
I'm going to play this Bracers of Defense on my Rama the Cruel. Flavor text says, "Thou wilt not touch me, mortal, no matter how thou mayest try." Plus 5 AC. Can't gain AC from anything else.
Love it. That's a good card. I'm going to move this up.
I'm going to claim. No, I'm going to move this guy forward. I see now. Party in the front.
I'll pass.
You don't want to move forward?
No, I'm on my level 3 slide.
I got it.
Yeah. I'll discard here.
It's like, I'll fall forward when I see fit. Thank you very much. Draw 5.
Nice.
Okay.
Critical initiative roll.
What was Words of Hope supposed to do?
It would ready Stephen Blake. It would take him from stun to spent, so then now I would be up this turn.
That'd be a big deal.
There's a 6 for you.
7.
Oh.
No.
Oh, and you're spent.
Yeah, what do you got?
Cute. You have 4 health.
Mm-hmm.
Just reiterating. Look at this. Do you guys have defense now, right? Yeah, defend 8. That's really good.
This guy says if Warlord is a good fighter, which it's not. So just keep that in mind.
Cool. Oh boy. I mean, you guys are so beefy.
Yeah, we're bringing beef. We got to clear the herd over here.
I'm going to use this order.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to give this guy +3 attack.
Target.
Already?
You got any defends in the front row or anything
Hot
like that?
sauce. Nope. Come and get me.
All right. We'll use the Halfkin. Is +4 against Deverinians. Oops. So +6. Coming out of 12. That's 14.
Got him. Okay. I'll use this Nicodemus to give this guy +3.
Mm-hmm. Little target there as well.
Yep.
Sounds good. Yeah, +2. That's a good one. Swing it down. +2.
I do have defend.
Oh, you do. You can attempt it if you'd like.
Sure. How does it work?
So you roll a d20. It's a DC 20.
Plus
so you
8.
gotta get
plus
12.
2.
Yeah, plus 8 plus 2. So you got 10 against 20.
So I need a 10 or better.
That's right. Basic math says yeah.
Got it. So now you're attacking this
now
guy.
I'm coming after you. And I got a 9. Plus 2 is 11. Plus to 14.
Smaller than my 14.
Smaller than my 14.
We did it, fam. All right, so I'm a +3 here, and your Warlord is a 15.
15.
Yeah, let's take a chance. I'll attack your Warlord.
Oh, really?
Game's good.
I'm going to play Vital Distraction. After this rogue is targeted with a melee strike, it gains riposte +5 until end of the turn. And Jonathan, can you read riposte for me? I think I know what it is.
Love to. Limited react. After target character performs a melee strike against this character, succeed with a riposte check, DC 20. Perform a melee strike against that target.
After they succeed at one against me?
This strike may not be redirected.
Nice. So if you hit me, I can roll a riposte check to try to hit you back.
Okay. Am I good to roll?
You're good to roll.
So I need a 12.
12 plus 3 is 15. Right there it is in the lobby.
He can math. Missed.
Okay, beware, I'm reposting the whole turn.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That's nice.
Till end of the turn, yeah. Let's play an Ataxian. Yeah, No. Let's keep working. You've used both your Nicodemi. Let's try to clear one of them. Let's try to clear this guy.
You got it.
Got a +2 coming out of 12. We know the math. Board.
He gone. Tell me this. If I had a card, per se,
Just theoretically.
that said you must succeed at a magic save,
Yeah.
and your DC is equal to your AC, that would be this number, and then 20 is the number you're trying to get.
So the DC would be 13, so I'm trying to get a 13. DC is difficulty class. So the difficulty of the magic save is equal to my armor, which is 13. So I'd go +4, so I'd roll and have to get a 9.
Got you. So this guy is 15.
But I get a +8 to the roll. So
You
you
need
do
7.
You do the math. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure.
But it
It'd be
is-
good with things with high AC, low skill. Like this is a pretty decent one. It'd be 11.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I guess you just take this number, subtract that number, and that's your...
That's one way of looking at it.
Wait a minute. D&D is not that complicated, actually.
All right, we're going to play the Nothrog daggers here.
They're good, man.
+1 attack, and then +3 attack. How does that work?
This character gains +3 attack and inflicts an additional wound.
But why is that separate from this?
I don't know, man.
What's that one?
Nothrog daggers?
Oh, it's only when
Oh,
you're targeting
yeah,
high-low.
yeah,
We gotta read the card. We just
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
keep reading it.
I knew that earlier. So it's +1 on everything. And then
Yeah,
if I'm targeting something like your warlord, I would get +3.
You're bringing Dad up. You got Dad. See, that's why Steven came up, because if you move the Duke up, now's my chance. I've got to strike. You know?
I do know.
Over to me. You haven't. Let's play a taxi in here. A taxi cab.
Oh, this is very good. Okay. I'm going to play Father Nicodemus.
Ugh. Disgusting. Let's play a Trogged here.
Say what?
Just another one. Just a body.
Just another basic.
Just a body, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just swing at you with +2.
What are you swinging at? Trogged. Let's defend here.
Okay.
Attempt at +8, +4. So that's 12. Need an 8. Got a 2.
Need an 8. Got a 5. Over to you. It's just an army of idiots.
Yes. We're warlording now.
It's like the training ground.
Okay, we're going to swing at something.
Yeah.
We're not confident. Now let's hit that Thallin, because
Okay.
these only buff Devrinians. Yeah. Swinging at Thallin, need a 10, which we'll get 13.
You did it. All right. Over to me?
Yeah.
I'm going to play a Bordon, level 3. Look at this thing.
Dude, get your beef out of here. I'm tired of the beef. It's a beef factory over there. Running Jimmy Dean's Warlord deck.
Mercenary monster can't have items. Order. Once a turn, roll a die on an odd number. Move to any rank in your army.
Yeah, it's
What's how you spell that?
Bordon.
I think I've got him in mind as well.
B-O-U-R.
Is he the one that does a wound automatically when stuff happens? No, it's a different one.
Cool looking. That's creepy, man.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Nobody likes that.
Too creepy.
It looks great. It looks great there. Who did the art on that?
For some reason.
Who did the art on that? What is that?
Let's
It's an insect kind of
Jim
thing.
Pavelek.
Okay, Jim Pavlik.
I don't know why, but my instant reaction when he said who did the art was your mom. It's like, what?
still there, man.
What
It's
has
still there.
happened?
Well, you know, we're coming back to an older time, the early 2000s, when that was a perfectly normal thing to say.
And everyone in the room would die laughing.
Can you believe it?
That guy's so funny.
He said it.
He's always got that your mom joke ready to roll. What do you got? What do you got?
Oh, me?
Yeah, I played the Bordon.
Oh,
Steve was about to take flight with that formation.
I know, yeah. I got the Wright brothers over here.
My strategy is to push everything forward.
I'm going to put one up here.
Look at him go.
I mean, they can't do anything back here.
Yeah, all right.
Got that special teams line.
I'm going to move this guy back around.
Whoa, now that is
He's going to do something.
But now that's like... Pass.
Pass?
Yeah, pass. Well, I can't move any more D's up. I might try level 3.
I'm going to play a behemoth back here. Can you even see it?
You are literally playing the Jimmy Dean factory over here. He's just playing bodies. Everything he's playing is better than our warlords. He broke the rules of the game. What is that, like 8 wound?
No, it's 3 life. React once per turn when a character moves within 1 rank of the behemoth. Inflict a wound on that character.
Is that optional?
I don't know. I won't be doing it.
You've got a shaky formation here, though.
I feel good about it.
You don't feel good about it?
I do feel good about it. Yeah. You passing?
Yeah, still, yeah. Okay. Good news. Stun him up.
I'm going to move here. And then he'll go here. Mm-hmm. Over to you.
We've got some clarification from
Flame Skull. What is it, Jimmy D? He's putting out nothing but meat. Just bodies. He's just putting out big bodies. We played Warlords, they're level 3s, and he's running like level 5 normal stuff, which is better than our Warlords.
Yeah, but that's how it normally goes.
It's breaking the format.
You could have run the 5s.
I could have. I game at this with a good faith.
Meanwhile,
we're building a human being on the table.
Oh. Where can you get entertainment like this?
Where else can you have this much fun?
All right. You passing again?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. I'm going to use this Bourdon order. Once per turn, roll a die if it's odd movement to any rank.
Sweet. Is it a spend?
No.
It's a normal order? Oh.
Yeah. I got an even number, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Over to you.
Pass.
All right. This is going to attack. We'll start trying to clear bodies here.
I'll defend here, or at least attempt. I've used this one already. I'll use this one next. Unless you have some sneaky way to get the Duke up there. You think you got that? Look at you. I mean, you just come up here and clear Stephen Blake out and it's game over. Look, but Mercy is, you can't afford it. It's a defend. So we're coming here at 15. AC 15.
Need a 13. Easy.
Dang, that's bad for me. This is like my strongest character.
Even with the patchwork armor?
Yeah.
Characters are built to die in this game.
Yeah, they are.
It's wild.
Disposable. Pass.
All right. Question is, do I want the Duke? Duke?
Yeah, think about the Duke.
4, 2.
I'll go do the same. Just kidding.
7. 7, 5. Oh, sweet Lord.
So I think if you're forced to move next to Behemoth, you take a damage.
I can see that making sense.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to allow that to happen. So my next move is to move something forward and then have, let me see.
Behemoth is stunned?
Yeah, because he was back here.
Oh, yeah.
So we did this.
Flipperoo. Gotcha.
So reactions are not optional. Is that right?
I don't think this one says may.
And you can't move a stunned character forward? It can't fall forward if you have an option? Do you know?
Oh,
like if this does this and I have to move one out?
Yeah, it would make sense that something like that is... Let me consult the documents. Okay. Must...
The react is optional according to Jason Lang. But stunned characters can't react. So he's stunned, so he can't react anyway.
Okay, oh, that makes sense.
All right, Steven.
Yeah.
Do you have anything in the front row that does 2 damage?
No.
Asking for a friend. All right, I'm going to move the Iron Duke forward. And then it's going to cause this guy to fall forward.
Very cool. Nice. Pass.
Pass.
Okay. Discard some words of hope. Stephen Blake is up and running. Watch out.
Uh-oh. Hey, it's happening now.
2 wounds against a spent character, so watch out, Duke. I'm coming for ya. Good cards, good cards, good cards. Interesting. Initiative? Shall we? I wish I had that one
sign
card.
of things to come.
Wish I had that one card.
Okay, so it's over to me. I'm going to use the Iron Duke. I'm going to try to attack your Warlord.
Okay. I'm going to attempt to defend with Orb on here.
All right, what do you need?
What do I need? I need a job when I grow up. I need future.
And do you defend for each strike?
It's just the first strike.
Okay.
Yeah, they're separately targeted.
I think you got whatever.
He's defending. 15 coming at me.
So I've got +4, so I need an 11. All right, then the second strike will be on your Warlord.
You got it.
So he gets +3 from this on top of the +1.
Yikes.
So we're at +5, and then he also does an extra wound to high-level characters.
That's pretty good.
So I need a 10.
That's right. But you won't get it. Because you already got the first one it was given.
Oh! It's probably better for the game.
All right, Stephen Blake's coming in on the Iron Duke. He's got the ball. He's coming across.
I'm going to defend here.
You're going to try.
Yeah, what do I need? 12? No, 10.
No.
Failed. Alright. I'm a 13 AC and you're a 3 attack, so you need a 10.
That's a 10, man.
And can I defend every time?
No, what limited react. You've already done it. How about 2 wounds to you, my friend?
Give him 2 wounds.
Because you're a spent character. Stephen Blake, mercy is a luxury that we cannot afford. +0 strike coming at Father Nicodemus. No, wait, is you falling forward really bad for you or anything? No. Has he got the patchwork on him?
Yeah. He's got the patchwork.
All right, we'll go to Ataxian, and we react. Mobility. Play before a mini strike roll by this rogue. Receives +4 and moves back 1 rank after the strike. Coming at you at +4, needing an 8 or higher. Boom, 16. Yeah. Yes, moving back 1 rank after the strike. I'm such a rogue. I've never felt more like a rogue in my life. Oh my gosh.
Okie dokie.
Did that not feel roguey, Jonathan?
That felt great.
I'm going to play Sir Galvadur. Sir Galvadur.
Sick. Okay. What's this guy doing? How did he get up here? What's this guy doing?
Oh, he fell forward.
Oh, he's gross. What's up, Chris?
Also, just so we're aware, the Iron Duke with the daggers would have been 3 total wounds. Because the daggers themselves also do the +1.
Oh, wow. But I was a rogue.
You roged.
Okay. No big deal.
Is that Sir Galvadur on that giant bat we heard about before?
That is a giant bat.
Looks something like it.
I think it's the same guy. Look at this.
Sick. Sick.
Yeah, it might be the same guy indeed. The Bat Riders.
You got 1 strike with Nicodemus, and it's a problem. I don't like that. You got beef. You're beefing. You're a little beefy. Okay, not a problem. As I said, it's not a problem. All right, let's start swinging.
And we were swinging.
Let's swing at Nicodemus. 14.
You got it.
Coming at you. Need a 12 or higher. I do like to roll on your cards.
We'll play another patchwork here.
All right, let's do another Nicodemus. There's a 3.
Let's play some daggers here.
You've seen it. You've seen it again. Nicodemus on a 13. That's a 15. That's a hit.
Here you
Pew.
Legal thanks.
Wait a minute.
Oh, he's one away.
That looks familiar.
One away from the big collapse.
Send it. Let's move here.
Oh.
You know what that means.
He's got a dragon.
I'm about to throw something in.
I like it. I like this very much.
What's up, John the Bard? Look at is people getting off work?
Yeah, we just had Chris Gilbert got here, John the Bard got here, and
Chris says don't add dice to card games.
Andre Rodriguez.
Chris,
also here.
This is a card game built around dice.
Yeah, it's a D20, so it's different.
It's basically a card game minis game, and it's a heck of a lot of fun.
It's really.
Nothing's as fun playing Fab. It's a totally different burn.
I don't have this fun playing minis games.
I'll pass.
No way.
Yeah.
Sir Shelenoff.
Oh no.
He can spend to remove a wound from an adjacent Free Kingdoms character. I've set up the Falcon Chewie combo. Watch out.
I'll pass.
Let's go here, and then we'll stun up. You know the drill. Are you passing?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's play Troggen here.
Don't like that. Pass.
This is a good one, Joe.
Let's play some Northrog daggers on the. Oh, can't do that. It's level 4 on old Stephen Blake.
It's a good one to have. Well, you don't ever get the side benefit, I don't think, unless you're in the 5, I guess.
Yeah, back you actually have one.
Pass.
Swinging in. You're gonna defend anyway. Well, maybe not. I mean, you might take the risk on a 15. We'll swing here. And try to defend or not. Miss.
Pass.
Plan attacks you.
Been betrayed. I will pass.
So, Joe Phillips, good to see you. I'll pass. Don't worry, I've just drawn more patchwork armor, so it's going to be just fine. Just fine.
Jason's calling you guys out as rebel basers.
Oh man, Rebel Basers. What's up with Rebel Basers? Did Jason know that? Yeah. Man, I love that Star Wars TCG. Oh my gosh. It's the only use of the prequels is that game.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Don't worry about it.
Everything's fine.
Initiative? Yeah, understand the D20 is the most exciting part. That's right. D20 is where it's at.
Yeah, let's do initiative.
I really don't mean to keep launching it that much. I'm sorry about that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and just arrange these nicely. Wait, do they matter?
I think it does matter.
Okay, they might
I think it
matter.
counts as a move.
I do that in Ashes all the time, and it's apparently wrong. Okay, dokie. Do you want to be on the offense or the defense?
want to see that tower fall.
Send a Trog in here. Defender, no.
You're good.
+2 on a 15, need a 13. Odds are with me.
Oh, no.
Got the I formation.
Oh, baby. You like that, buddy? Do you like pain? Do you like losing?
So, could I optionally move here? Fix rank, fix rank.
Yeah.
Let's just do that. Just so you're aware, when the character moves within 1 rank of this, I can inflict a wound on it.
Whoa.
Once a turn.
That guy needs to die too. I need those Northrog daggers to do something.
You can't react while you're stunned.
Oh, that's right.
Does that matter?
Maybe.
Swing him back.
You about to go there anyway, of your own volition or otherwise.
Yeah, but I think I can do it better.
Jimmy Dean's beef factory has run into it.
Had a problem on the line.
Problem on the line. Shut it down, boys. Shut it down.
This is bad. I drew the bad things together.
Uh-oh. Did you draw no characters and unplayable spells?
No.
No, I definitely didn't do that.
This guy, Warlords.
Well, let's go about it the organic way. I'll try to attack this thing.
Trogid. Understood.
Got him.
Dead. Swing here at +2 at Nicodemus. Need a 12. Got a 3.
Can't stop, won't stop.
You can't do it.
I'll pass.
Then, yeah, that's right. You got him.
Great.
You can create an illegal rank by moving, but not by playing. Let's try it again. That'll hit.
That'll do donkey.
That'll do
All
dump.
right, let's watch it. This is what I've been waiting for all night. Can we have that in slow motion?
It's collapsing. All right, over to me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Sharon.
Day, Sharon.
Don't
Wait,
worry about
you just play another beef, dude. It's literally a sausage tube that you're building over there.
It's a conga line of beef.
I just want to run.
SHRAAN.
Patchwork armor there on Ataxian. Could Zach make a stealth check right now with Sir Galvadir? And
For
become unhittable?
I don't know how that works. Pass.
You good?
Let's play some patchwork armor here. Dude, this patchwork armor runs limited in this game.
Pass.
Let's play some Northrog daggers here.
Pass.
Let's go ahead and move Ataxian up.
Pass. What happens if I run out of deck?
You just keep playing until somebody dies. I'm gonna move Stephen Blake up here. Doing it, dude.
Pass.
It's 5:14. I'm 1.5
that's a
Tulsa
problem.
flags in. Play a Haggard Halfling.
Pass.
Pass.
What happens when I run out of cards in my deck?
We just keep going. I'm out now. I'm the one that's out.
Oh, you ran out of cards?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, their hope remains.
Hope remains, dude.
Initiative. 9. In the middle of Miami.
Zach, I've got your stealth options in the chat if you're interested in looking at them.
Man doesn't rules.
You've got 2 potential things you can do.
1.
You're good at that.
Thanks.
You can basically cancel a strike or bother Steven.
Don't bother me.
Equal to his level, not many times.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I will take a chance. I'm going to use Ramad the Cruel to play Arc Lightning. Spend order. Target a character within 3 ranks.
Nice. Oh, that's a good card for right now.
Target must succeed with a magic save. DC equal to the target's AC. So 15. Your skill's an 8. So
you're sending it on me?
Yeah.
What does it do?
If you fail 2 wounds.
Oh.
You need a 7, though. So your odds are pretty good.
I know how this works.
Yes!
That's 2 ones in a row. Initiative and the rest.
He good at it.
Turns out Chris Gilbert may have been right.
I'll just remind you, I have these little things.
What are little things?
This gives me +3 attack and +1 wound against higher level characters.
Yeah, so we're gonna swing at you. This one.
I'm a 13.
It's got to hit. Like it has to. It seriously has to.
But really though.
Really though, it does. It does. If it does, I'm in good shape. I need a 10 or higher. I've got a bunch of 1s. Surely I'll get it. There we go.
Boo.
There they go.
All right. Second strike. Higher level and spent, which means I now get +3 and we'll do 3 wounds.
That would be
1
bad.
here, 1 here, 1 for normal. 3 on a 15, need a 12 to put baby in the pocket. Oh, yeah, take out 3 wounds.
That is
I
insanity.
am a rogue god. Oh, look who's teed up for a little frontline tango. I'm just gonna start launching.
I'll pass. So I drew 4 spells last time that were level 4 spin spells, and none of them could reach you because I was too far away. So it was like just a dead hand.
+2 on Rama. Got her. 1.
Walked into the wrong neighborhood.
Is it a her?
Oh, I don't know. All elves and vibranians, nobody knows.
All right,
yet.
1 damage. Pass.
All right.
Stack them deep, sell them cheap.
Let's keep going. +2. Looking for a 10. Miss.
Pass.
+2
coming at you.
Oh, hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, I have +5.
Huh.
Check out
You've
your
been hitting
boy
17, right?
Axion there.
What?
Check out your boy Axion.
Axion?
Mm-hmm.
Once per turn, inflict a wound on a stun character who falls forward. Oh my gosh, react twice. Boom, boom. Thank you.
You hit a 17 earlier, right?
Yeah, I did with this guy.
You're good.
Okay, so then this guy on a 17. Need a 15. Oh, good game, bun.
That was a good game. We learned a lot. I was trying to let you spend all your actions while I build, which felt fine until I had a hand I couldn't play.
Yeah.
Usually I'm just use all my actions up front.
You were playing some jazz. I like it though. You gotta play some jazz to figure out the free verse, you know?
All right, I gotta run.
All right, run.
But Warlord, now available for pre-order on the website. It's our last stream. If you've been with us for the past several months, thank you for being here. We're both about to independently have children.
We've got a parenthood thread in the Discord. If you're a parent or an aspiring parent or just a curious person, you can hop in there. I'm sure we'll be asking questions, and it'll be a fun experience to do that with everybody and just get some takes, some advice. So thank you all for being here.
See you on the other side.
Thank you, Zach, for playing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to all the team at Warlord for making an incredible game originally and now with the reboot. Get on those pre-orders on our website. Earthborne's also there if you missed that one. And we'll see you soon. Month and a half. Can't wait to be back. We'll see you then. Take care, everybody.